Too bad the rain didn't come in that early.
All the fire trucks at 4 Points.
Right.
Here to
See what
you
happens.
guys.
They're probably from one of the task force that the Forest Service had set up.
I was wondering if
Okay.
being from Wichita, moving
Yeah, that
down
was one
south.
of their task force. Ours all came out of Mitchell County.
Gotcha.
Okay, we're ready to start the meeting. Good morning. It's 9 o'clock and welcome to the April 20th meeting. Let's stand for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge of
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first item on the agenda is public comments. Do you have some?
Hello, Commissioner Russell Suki, Emergency Management County Fire. I was just going to brief you on the storms last night. We had a couple of different rounds. We did have a radar indicated tornado northeast of Riley, and we did set off the tornado sirens in, or not Riley, Randolph, excuse me. There was a radar indicated tornado northeast of Randolph, and so we did set off the sirens in Randolph. But today I've checked with all of my fire battalion chiefs up in that area, and nobody's reported any significant damage of any sort. So hopefully it never even touched the ground. I did hear that maybe there was some damage in Clay Center, but that's not confirmed yet. I just hear and as far as the damage I heard about was decent sized tree limbs and stuff like that. So not necessarily, I haven't heard of any structures demolished or anything like that. So and then if you would like, I was going to have Doug show you real quick on the GIS map, the fire that we had,
Fire or fires?
The fire from
the big fire.
Oh, okay.
So we were up there for all of Tuesday, came in Tuesday morning, right?
it came in Tuesday afternoon.
Tuesday afternoon. Oh, right at noon. Yeah, right at noon. And so we, in that fire, we, which as you know, we requested the chairwoman sign a disaster declaration, and county councilor got that put together for us and got it signed, which allowed us to access aerial support from the state to help with the fire. And then it also allowed us to access a fire task force from Mitchell County. And I'll let Doug tell you more about what that task force consisted of and kind of a little view of where the fire was.
Yeah, so the task force consisted of that one unit from Delphus Fire in Ottawa County, and then Mitchell County had 2 trucks from Downs and 1 from Tipton, and they had 3 tenders, water tankers. I'm not quite sure where they came from, but all out in that same area. So
About 8 personnel.
Yeah,
you said
8 personnel, and they were there until I believe 12:30. Then Gary County
that night.
yeah, Tuesday night. And then Gary County sent a truck over with 3. And they were there till about the same time, and they flowed a lot of water, and they worked on a lot of hot spots that saved us for yesterday.
And then there initially was 2 units from Pot County.
So 2 from Pot County from Olsburg, and then they had a call that came out by Olsburg, and so we released them. And then 2 units from Marshall County from Waterville were down there helping us as well.
Most of the afternoon, I think.
Yeah, and then when their big fire came out on the river, they're south of Frankfurt, north of Blue Rapids, Waterville on the riverbed. We released them to go help their guys out. So the initial fire was that we actually mutual aided on Monday night was over here on the Pot County side on the lake bed. And then we had one little spot fire there at noon. It jumped right in this area right here on this point.
Just south of Mineral.
Yeah, which is south of Mariadal, the old road, if it used to be, would be right in that area. And then the big issue we had, it got on this riverbed and the lake flats, and these are vertical cliffs, probably 150 foot straight up. And then once it got into here, these are all big steep ravines, you know, near vertical. And that was where our issue was, is all these steep cliffs, you can't fight fire and you can't get in there without hand crews or aerial support. And then so we had to do a back burn to protect anything going over here to Bellegarde and some other places that we've been at last year. So the other fire last year was about a mile and a half.
That's not true though.
Yeah. So this is where the burn was. This is one of them last year, and then this would have been the other one right in here from last year's big fires. So so yeah, we did a preventative back burn from Wilder all the way down to this point out here, to keep any progression, and then it kind of worked into some of these canyons as it worked around the lake and was in all these canyons too.
And one of the obstacles was all the deadfall from
Yeah.
flood and stuff that's piled up along the edges of the lake and just creeps through all those dead trees.
Yeah, there was logs, along the edges and up into some of these areas that are, 50, 60 feet long and, 4, 5, 6 foot around. And just laying there, and that stuff was on fire, so. Yeah,
So they worked until pretty hard till midnight, and then the Forest Service
Yeah,
also had crews there.
yep, so Forest Service staffed an engine for us. And then we had 3 different crews throughout the night, worked with the Forest Service overnight on Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Myself and 2 others went up yesterday in a brush truck. And we just worked on hot spots, and we left and were officially contained at noon, and we left at 2 yesterday after we were happy with everything, so.
Were you glad to see the rain last night?
Absolutely.
Man, that was the heavier area that got it too.
Yeah, they had like 1.5 inches, I think, up in that area.
Yeah,
so.
Don, said 1.5 inches at Sweet Creek. So. I don't know if you have any questions, but we just thought we'd let you know. And then I talked to Clancy as far as the disaster declaration. I'm good with retracting it or whatever the right term is.
Sure. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Canceling.
We appreciate everything, so.
Yeah.
We'll do.
And then I would just, say, if it wasn't for all our volunteers,
Yes.
obviously we wouldn't have got that done. And so
Yes.
we had close to 35 to 40 of our people up there.
We had the Suburban come up with the Suburban and the
Other county
vehicles.
trailblazers.
And those guys, and there was 10 or 12 of those guys, and all they did was handwork. They came up with hand tools, no water, and they just worked the
Shovels and rakes.
Yeah, shovels and rakes, and just worked the fire lines, so.
Thank you for each and every one of them. Make sure that gets back to them on our behalf, please.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. We have another comment,
Is it possible to add an item to the press conference for next Monday?
okay,
Just an update.
Absolutely. You have to just get an email to Cindy.
Sure.
She'll add it.
are there any other public comments? No one's online,
Madam Chair,
oh,
yeah.
yes,
just one suggestion. I'd like to ask the board to add 2 executive sessions to the end of the meeting, both of them for potential litigation.
Go ahead and make a motion to add 2 executive sessions to the end of our agenda this morning.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded to add 2 executive sessions at the end of our agenda today. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Kind of different after second.
Now you know how the rest of the world feels.
Yeah, really. Okay, well, we're going to move on to commission comments, commission report.
Oh, boy. It's been a week. Monday afternoon, I attended the May meeting of the RCPD Law Board, Manhattan City Hall. It was a very long meeting,
That's what I hear.
a very challenging meeting. With several of the agendas on the item. Started off with passing to the consent agenda as kind of per usual. Got an update from the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 17. Several board members had separate comments. Had a couple of proclamations, one for National Correctional Officers Week, and a second proclamation for National Police Week. We also passed a request for a Bureau of Justice, I call it JAG grant, discussion on adding a general civilian counsel. That brought up quite a discussion. Update on initial organizational assessment made by the new director. and I guess I just used the word robust discussion on animal control. I guess we'll be talking about that again later this afternoon, but it did include a presentation from the city of Manhattan and some directives from RCPD on that discussion as well. Lastly, we went through the, I guess, first formal presentation for the 2024 budget and the development of that specific budget, and along within that timeline. There were no executive sessions or any other items after that, so we'll continue with that budget discussion in May. This wasn't the May meeting of the RCPD, it was the April meeting. See, it shows you where I'm at right now. Okay, anyway, Cindy will catch that, I'm sure. We'll see, not because we'll have corrections on Monday. Okay, also on Monday, I met with Kent Glasscock, former speaker of the Kansas House, now retired, I guess would be his official term. Discussed several items, including the K-State 105 plan that he's working on and will continue to work on to see that one through. And I'm glad he's there on that, working on that as well. Efforts on our SB 162, we'll live down there and a couple of those areas that are affected. So has an interest in that and is willing to help if needed to. The Riley County, it's the Riley County Nuisance Abatement Act. Discussion on the task force development on the fairgrounds discussion. He sits on the Rural Economic Development Committee and talked about some of the works and efforts taking place there. They met yesterday. I'll talk about it in a second. Doing some good stuff so far. Always like chatting with Kent. He's a wealth of knowledge and information, and really do like picking his brain on some topics every now and again. Tuesday afternoon, attended the monthly meeting in the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. Among the items of discussion there was an update on the membership accounts, the financials through the end of March. Not April, because it's actually April, just want to put that back in there.
So you claim.
Yeah, okay. My calendar says that, yours might not, but that's okay. We also got a full 2022 audit report along with the 990 on that as well. Not a lot of questions on that, pretty simple, but it is like 100 and something pages, believe it or not. An official introduction from Christian Bishop, the new military relations director. Discussion on a funding endorsement to the city commission for MATC. I didn't watch Tuesday's meeting, so I don't know how that went. And the chamber also was receiving endorsement on that entrepreneurial program that I think Darren's talked to us about several times. Had a very detailed report on the Child Accelerator grant from the state and the potential for a local child care incubator in the community, maybe even a second one at some point in time. And then also an update on a new CBV director that will replace Karen Hibbert. They're not quite there yet, but they're hoping they'll have somebody in place by the end of May, not April. Okay. Also Tuesday afternoon, I met with Kate Ryan and Barry Schmidt from McCown Gordon. We took some time to discuss the upcoming update to our Vision 2025 comprehensive plan, potential future master planning here at the county, which both of them are kind of incorporated. Talk a little bit about the fairgrounds discussion out the Edge Collaboration District, and early discussions about they're working with the city on the current plan for the ball fields and everything out there, and just kind of wanted to know where everything else was going out in the Seco Park area. And it's just a preliminary discussion, but doesn't hurt to talk. I enjoyed the dialogue from both of them, appreciated the thoughts and inputs on each of those subjects. Wednesday afternoon, I started off first part of it by listening to the Riley County Rural Economic Development Committee via Zoom. Greg Willems, Greg Lawrence, and Mary Marty Banier gave an update presentation on the work and efforts on all of the Edge Collaboration District, including the new office park building that's going in, and just starting to do the groundwork and stuff's just kind of starting to come up out of the ground, like probably all the flowers and bushes and stuff will be after last night's rain. Yeah, I didn't stay for that entire meeting because I had a secondary meeting here right after that. They may have made their appointment to that task force. I didn't hear who it was. We can probably ask Gary later on that, but I didn't catch that part of it. And the reason being is I moved over to do the Flint Hills MPO meeting, which was also on Zoom. Got a financial update, an introduction to a new employee, Abigail Danner, is kind of filling in Jared's old role when Jared moved up to the big seat. So I think it's the first time in a year that they're fully staffed, fully complete, moving forward. She won't officially take over the full-time duties until she's done with school in May, but they're working her into that slot. We also discussed our 2023 GPC agreement, a contract to do some work with Strawn and Associates. KDOT provided us with an update as well, voted on an update to both Amendment 3 to the Connect 2040 plan and Amendment 5 to the Transportation Improvement Plan. It sounds all complicated, but it's really not. I mean, if you just basically change a sentence in there, you got to kind of update it, so it's not as complicated as it sounds. We also discussed invoice for part 2 of the 2023 local match. Should be down a little bit from what we've got it listed as, but not a lot. So, and gonna probably work on doing an EV readiness study for the Flint Hills region at some point in time as well. And there'll probably be grant dollars available for that, so that won't come out of anything. Wednesday night, I also attended the Ogden City Council meeting. Been a while since I got over there on a Wednesday night. Was able to catch them up on quite a bit that's going on. Had several different conversations that I'm having with just different things going on in that area in the region over there. Discuss the sales tax, the local agreement as well. When we get to that, we'll talk a little more in depth on that. This morning, I attended Good Morning Manhattan at the 4 Point Sheridan. Guest speaker was Dr. Alfonso. I can't pronounce his last name. I'm read it now. Flavio. Sorry if you're listening. He's the director at MBAF. He spoke, I want to say he spoke at the April 2019 Good Morning Manhattan at the same location. He was first hired. He'd given kind of an outline of what he was going to do there. And now 4 years later, 5 years later, whatever it is, he gave a good update on what's going on at the facility, what to expect moving forward, what they're going to be working on, and so on and so forth. We also heard from new military relations director, Christian Bishop, and what she'll be working on and some of the things she'll be doing moving forward as well. And that was a week, and that's all I've got.
Yes.
And I work too. Kind of,
Oh, by the way, I had to work.
kind of. Also in April, not May.
That's good. Oh, goodness. Okay, well, let's see. Tuesday, spent some time here in my office, caught up on a lot of paperwork, emails and phone calls. And paperwork, just a lot of paperwork. Also spent some time with Craig Cox on the Keats project. We had the discussion on that. Russ Stuckey called advising about the fire in the northern part of the county. And we need to declare a state of emergency. And I had left, so I came back and went up to Clancy's office to sign the declarations. So we got that done. Wednesday, I worked in the garden in the morning, and then attended the Zoom meeting of Heartland Works. They had full board on both sides, the elected officials and the board.
That might be a first.
Yeah, it took a little while. They had to call a couple people.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But it was, yeah. There was a report by Trina Goss, a new member. She recently attended a national meeting and said she gave a little report, said she gained a lot of insight into the role of responsibility of the board. Board approved continuing 100% health and dental insurance for their staff. There are currently 9 employees with 4 new positions to fill. Director Astronomer feels full coverage of health and dental insurance helps with the retention of their employees. And since it's federally funded, there's an extensive report by the director, Gina Kaufman. They are going through a provisional review by a federal oversight committee that studied the organizational structure of the regional group. And they are requiring 6 items to work on, 3 of which are shared with the state of Kansas. So she's going to give further updates at the next.
They make quarterly or monthly? Quarterly, that's what I thought. Okay.
And they've gone to almost full Zoom because they vacated the offices and save some money.
With everybody in the
Came in
region, that
there.
probably works better.
Yeah, I
Having
think
travel.
it is. So they put that money into the operating programs. They did report federal unemployment is in March. Three.
They're not April.
No, it was March. 3.5%. Kansas was at 2.9%. And then I said Gary County is the highest in this area with 4.9% unemployment.
I'm gonna have to wrap my finger. I'm thinking maybe just military
Well,
spouses.
they're thinking that it's due to the transitioning
Yeah.
soldiers,
Okay.
in which we had a report at the military relations board the last meeting too
Okay.
about that. And so they've been doing a lot of ongoing work to encourage that demographic to stay in Kansas. And they had Topeka tour, they did they're gonna do a Douglas County tour, and so they did a Manhattan tour, but I don't know when that was, I think that's, to kind of promote the cities. Get people to stay.
They had a symposium or something not too long ago.
Maybe that's what it was, yeah. So they were excited about that, so anyway, then Wednesday evening. Practice with the church bell choir, which finished early due to pending weather. So I hurried home and watched the storm progress and was ready to go to the storm shelter, but fortunately that didn't happen, but it's sad to hear that what went on further south. So that's all I have.
Business Commission?
Yes.
First, I'm gonna have change order number 1, High Plains Branch Road asphalt overlay. Decrease of $8,045.
That's great.
That's not for us, that's for them though, isn't it?
Yep, that's for
The
them.
taxing district, yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay though.
Well, they'll be happy about
Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad. That's officially done. Or no?
it. You got the
Oh,
shoulders
or is your
done
concern,
and everything
okay.
too.
We put the shoulders on, if we seeded. We haven't planned on that yet. There's probably.
Yeah, there went the 8,000.
Wedge there that. I think the native grasses that are there. Take it over soon.
Okay. Well, the road's probably more important than the grass at the moment anyway, so.
Right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Glad that's
So they go off.
Then better to have native grass because it'll come back and take over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead and move to approve the change order to reduce the total project to 138,608.
I would second that. It's been moved and seconded to approve the change order on reducing the project cost to $138,608. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Please sign.
And David, you could have warned me because I had to do some hand exercises.
I warned you on Monday.
Oh, you did. That's right.
For you.
Okay. You didn't say today though.
I
Okay.
thought I did. Well, I told you they were coming.
You just choose them based on the uniqueness of their last name. Haven't you ever heard names like Adams?
They don't want another one.
Caution second.
Oh, boy, I see a meeting from HR in somebody's future.
Now even he's beating up on him.
Next, commissioners, I have Riley County Employee Action Forms, Darius Kelly, new hire, part-time AEMT, EMS Ambulance Department, Adrian Yinkle. New hire, part-time EMT in the EMS Ambulance Department, Joshua Swanky, new hire, part-time EMT in the EMS Ambulance Department, Abigail, Elmwood. New hire, part-time EMT, EMS Ambulance Department, Jonathan Candido. New hire, part-time EMT in the EMS Ambulance Department, Christopher Albanese. New hire, part-time EMT in the EMS Ambulance Department, Brian Savage. New hire, part-time EMT in the EMS Ambulance Department, Wyatt Both. New hire, part-time paramedic in the EMS Ambulance Department, Cody Woodruff. New hire, part-time paramedic, EMS Ambulance Department. And Courtney Seamers, new hire, part-time paramedic in the EMS Ambulance Department. Sign away.
Yeah.
Commissioners, the last one should be full-time, Courtney Seamers.
Oh, should it be full-time?
Yes.
Thank you, good to know. Correct it on here.
So out of the 10, how do you do?
Time on the form. So
Yeah, just
He did pretty well on, he did
doesn't
pretty
on
well.
here.
Okay.
So.
I'll pass a few to you when I get done.
Okay, said I did a little hand exercises this morning.
We'll get you one of those little rubber balls.
Yeah, I've got one.
Okay, there you go.
It's supposed to be for stress reliever, so you might as well go ahead and give me another one because I'm gonna need it at some point.
How about for this afternoon?
Stress relief. Too.
Oh, he's way down on the list at the moment, people are.
It's not a stress, not a wood. Let me talk to Michelle. I'm not talking about her, I'm talking about them.
Can you read it off for sure?
No, that's fine.
These won't be in order.
As long as we get them all back.
Okay, I'll just keep them, walk them over to Richland. Time.
Oh, wait, you rolling with that?
It's not that they're too, no, it's like, it's stuck to the,
Calendar. Static electricity.
sorry, Greg.
Well, if we move the calendar, then we just slide right over it, right? There you go.
Seats taken.
Be watching in silence.
Oh, yes.
Not, you know.
We don't travel in this. movement.
Ooh, that looks nice.
Yeah, that works good.
Sir. Next, commissioners, I have accounts payable and payroll. Approve it.
I'll make a motion that we approve, payroll and accounts payable.
I second that. It's been moved and seconded to approve accounts payable and payroll. All in favor?
Both sign, please. Commissioners, have any changes to the minutes?
Did not. Okay. I then make a motion to approve the minutes as written from the April 17th meeting of the Riley County Commission.
I would second that. It's been moved and seconded to accept the minutes as presented from the last meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved. I'm in the middle of signing here. It's hard.
Multitasking, I know all about it.
Normally I can multitask, but it's hard to stop my day.
Commonly overused phrase, it's been proven fact for studies that human for global multitaskers. Exhibit A.
What did I do?
Well, you've got three people over there. I don't know which exhibit you're referring to.
Yeah, why do you so well?
It's you.
People are plotting against you.
I know, this isn't new.
Women are usually better.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Not to toot my own horn on the subject, but I think I do it better than most.
Yeah,
I'm above average, maybe not in that 75% range or anything.
so it'd be like 74% then.
Something like that. And it comes with a lot of curse words too, just for the record.
Yeah. Tentative agendas, look, commissioners.
Other than our concerns on the
We're
agenda
getting
on the first, we're good.
Working on
Yeah.
that as we speak.
Yeah.
Any items for next week's press conference, commissioners?
No. Well, on the,
Wait.
oh, okay.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say on the first, I don't know, are you going to? the commissioners' conference?
I really should.
Okay. If you want, I can give an update on what goes on there on the first, but that's only if you want.
Yeah, well, I looked at scheduling and having to board the dog and all that
That's
stuff.
okay. I plan on going.
Greg is still gonna be gone.
I think that's the case, isn't it?
I think he's going.
Oh, he is?
He'll
Okay.
be back.
Yeah,
Oh, then, all good.
I think he's going.
Yeah.
So you'll make a report on, what day is that, John? May first,
First,
press conference?
I can.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Time for Mr. Holman.
Morning, Commissioners. Clancy Holman, Riley County Councilor. Before you today is the second of the four currently outstanding small city sales tax loss reimbursement agreements. This one is from the city of Randolph. And a lot of the text here will seem eerily similar because it's the same background, not the same background material, but the same discussion. Because it's really a function of the fact each one of these agreements is identical for each small city in terms of the legal requirements and everything leading up to that payment schedule. Because what's really going to be different among the cities, each of the small cities that sign on to this, is there will be varying amounts that are paid throughout the course of the agreement. Simply because sales tax funds that come into the county fluctuate. They're not static at all. It just depends on how sales are going during that particular quarter. So, but this one, again, is from the city of Randolph. I will tell you in advance, there's the next one of these, the third of the four is going to be in front of you on Monday. And that will be from the city of Riley. They have signed off on theirs as well. So you'll be seeing the same thing. So part of this is outdated already. Is that just saying it makes it read in the background as though there are just two, but you will have your third one coming in.
Yeah.
And I
city-
expect the city of Ogden to be.
Yeah, Bernard's got a couple questions he needs to logistical questions he needs to clarify with you on that. So
Okay. It's fine. And I'll track it down by phone and we'll talk about it.
sounds good.
Don't think there's anything else. I don't want to go back through the discussion part of it unless you have questions about any of that or questions about this particular agreement. As I said, it's identical to the last one we saw for the other small city that you already signed off.
If that's said, then I'll go ahead and move the board authorize the chairwoman to sign the agreement in its current form.
Let's second that. Excuse me. I'm just bothering. It's been moved and seconded to authorize chairwoman to sign the agreement with Randolph in its current form. All in favor? Aye.
Please.
Rich, when you get those back, would you fill in that? Would you mind filling in by hand that very first paragraph? This agreement is made as a blank, just be fill in the date.
Okay. You want me to put that in there?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, who would mind doing it on all three? And sometimes that'll get missed just as a matter of I forget to go back and see. It doesn't affect anything substantively, but it's better for them to just have it on there. Since we now know the date it's being approved.
It's three. Just the date is on one spot.
No, it's on all three.
Yeah, it is on the first agreements, same location.
Just like that. You got
One
it.
until April 1st. No, April 12th.
There's one that has pre-filled in, April 12th, they must. have
They
done it.
did it according to when they signed.
They did it,
Yeah, and that's okay.
that's okay.
They don't have to match.
Well, good for them. They got the month right.
There's.
I heard that's difficult.
It is very.
That's all I have, commissioners, unless you have questions on anything else. Thank you.
Well, good news about the storms as they moved east last night. They canceled the Royals game.
Oh, yeah, that's.
More pain and suffering there.
What a train wreck.
Change.
Yes. Next commissioner, Mr. Elmer at 9:50.
Quite a break. I want to ask you on the city or county meeting this afternoon, do you have anything to discuss besides?
Oh, yeah.
You want to add it to the agenda or?
No,
Okay,
but that, it all fits into the same
All
category.
related.
Yeah.
There won't be any more time for another topic cut out.
Oh, no. Is that printing? Okay.
oh, we have some plans from. Fairgrounds up in. I couldn't really believe I didn't want to do it. That's why. Can you get a? I didn't have to hear. I tried to read what the building was.
What's for free?
Yeah, I tried everything. Okay, so, right.
Yeah, that's just a second. You doing something?
No,
Oh, you got 14 minutes.
Had you seen those plans before, John?
I've seen that we have.
Huh?
I've seen that we have.
I've been hearing about them for like 4 years or so. I just thought that was like the pot of gold under the rainbow. Something that was talked about, but nobody had actually seen.
Oh, no, Rod Meredith, I tell you, that guy, he was passionate about that because he actually wanted to put motocross track on there as well, because he was a big motorcycle motocross
Ah,
guy, and so he had big envisions about. Yeah. Rod was a big idea guy for sure. You know, Rod?
Yep. I've learned more about him since I've been here than I did before knowing.
Very meticulous person. Very.
must have something to do with public works. Somebody's predecessor was kind of the same way.
You didn't get that guy back, much as I tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, every day I look up back and I'm amazed how that actually gonna build
Mhm.
the public works company.
With no bonding, all cash.
I wish we could do that for several other things.
And I'll tell you what I told the commissioners, because Commissioner Ford was there, is the commissioners required the public works department to do all the flat work and asphalt work out
I
there.
heard you talking to somebody about that.
About the fire stations
Yeah.
for to save money, so.
I don't have a problem.
We're does that you didn't want to do it.
What's that?
It was reported to us that you didn't want to do it.
I never said that.
Hear that, John?
I
Save
did.
us some money.
Okay.
But yeah, that's how we did it, and
I guess the question becomes, do you, if and when we get to that point, do you have the necessary means to do that? Does it take away from something else?
Well, we always have that chance
Yeah,
to be taken away from something else we could or should be. Do you not create a road?
it absolutely does. That's the offset.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we did, but
Right.
we felt that it was worth it. And I think the end product would probably show that it's worth it. And for the taxpayer, a little way to save some money,
yeah. Oh, I'm agree.
Yeah,
100%.
they're absolutely taking away from the regular scheduled work they have, for sure.
Yeah.
Our guys are very talented. I know they can do it.
There. Yeah, you know. Might not be a bad idea to get a couple of those. Um. Fairground plans, maybe in a hard copy.
Oh, I will. I'll
Okay,
get all of
okay,
one. I was gonna get all of one. Yeah, everybody do something like that. I try to get each of you one. I like hard copies myself.
I'm just thinking with conversations going on, that might not be a bad idea to have.
That is gonna be an interesting subject.
There's still an option. Wasn't there an option with them or talk, if you're trying to buy something around?
Had an opportunity. That guy wanted to sell it at one time. Should have bought it.
And find out what we were trying to put in there and he didn't like that. What I understood, like the racetrack project.
I don't know. I don't know. The commissioners never bought in on the racetrack idea. That was Rod's big passion. But you know, that's. But it would be beneficial to have that. I think it's a 13-acre tract there.
So that the neighbors.
If I remember right, on the modular home on it. Would your wife like that?
I think so.
Think so.
Yeah. She don't get out. She's working from home. And when she does get out, she's gotta go. Basically out. Well, around the county and out neighboring counties, nursing homes and. Doing her thing, but. I think that's the big part, not getting out much to. Or not working with others to meet people.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
Sounds like the printer's making a different noise, but I
What do you treat it? It's no wonder.
don't do anything to it. It's laptops I have problems with.
And phones. And anything else technologically related.
That's not technologically related. It's an indirect technological thing. Yeah. I broke county laptop with my phone and broke the phone while doing it. That's the week I've had so far.
But that was just this week.
That's all the same minute, seconds.
Yeah. Off a Zoom call, I went to pull my phone off the stand and boom. I was in the truck over lunch and yeah,
Dropped the phone on the laptop, broke the laptop. Phone now malfunctions too.
I haven't had time to get in there to get the phone unmalfunctioned.
That could almost qualify as not a good week.
Yeah. So we've had several virtual calls. Oh, sun just pop out?
Not to burn up in here.
I know. 8,000 degrees in here.
Yeah. It was like.
I even have a sweater on, and I'm fine.
I sweat, I don't like sweating sitting still.
That's the problem, sitting still.
Yeah, sun is out.
Gonna pop through the blinds there.
Good.
So stay cool.
Yes.
50s and 60s. So
Thank goodness.
I'll have a little bit of spring before it just bounces into
So
summer.
gone.
That was pretty cool this morning when I took my cookie out. I was like, I mean, it's not.
Okay. This stuff printed.
So.
That's line 50.
Morning, Commissioner John Ellerman, Public Works. I'm here to ask to refill a vacated position, the administrative clerk one in our office. This person has hands-on a lot of the accounts payable stuff and works with a lot with our transfer station and helps out the other girls with their receipts and keeping track of that stuff. Has a lot to do with our transfer station. It seems like the billing part and credit cards. Keeping late notices together and pushing them out for those. Addition, system maintaining financial records and for all the divisions. Various financial functions such as AP, customer service and administrative systems. Everybody else she's a backup to our utilities department as far as when they're gone, that she can take care of some of the billing items. Full-time position, been budgeted. It's within the budget.
You know, refresh my memory, how many of these positions do you have?
One clerk one, I think. Another clerk two for utility billing.
Okay.
And two administrative assistants.
Okay.
And then purchase time.
There's 5 admin positions within the public
Okay.
works department.
I guess I should ask you, Michelle, sorry.
You're right.
Maybe more detail than what you were looking for. I don't know.
Before you know, you'll be a public works director, just get used to it.
No,
Okay.
Oh. You know.
I didn't say engineer, so I see you still have that one.
There's several
Said it.
recommendations here. You have someone internally to fill this.
We like to advertise first internally
Okay,
and see what we can come up with, I think.
we have potential candidates internally
Okay.
that would apply for this position. And so we would like to open it internally to give those internal candidates the first.
That was gonna be my second question. And my third question would be, once you do that, then that opens up another position, right?
Yes.
Right. So,
If I do it right, I take them from Rich. But I think so.
He
No,
won't do it. He won't do it.
please don't do that.
He won't.
No, please don't do that.
See, all that has to go through HR and we won't allow it.
We have a system for that.
Okay.
It seems like.
They
I've
take
lost
it, but
my
they don't give
ability
it. That's
to
how that
hire
works. That's the
people
process.
and Move my own people around. HR seems to have a control over that.
See, I've noticed we've done a lot of that. Some point in time, you're working all the way down at the bottom and when you get to those bottom positions, then I start wondering, do you need those bottom positions? Because you moved everybody around. That makes sense?
Not sure I followed
I
that.
followed it.
Well,
Well, everybody's either being moved around or moving up, and then eventually you're kind of down in the,
Well, all the.
I don't wanna say-
positions are critical and it is an entry level
Right.
position, but it is critical to the organization. And the hope and goals is to have someone move up within the organization.
Right.
To higher positions.
A lot of good applicants, that's our first question, is there opportunity for
Yes.
advancement?
yeah.
You know, the good
And-
ones, and that's what we wanted. I mean,
We have
Exhibit
lots.
A,
Yeah.
right there.
Um,
2 promotions.
we
Sure.
have lost candidates because there are some departments where there really isn't room for growth because they only have one position, maybe 2 ahead of them. And we've lost candidates because they don't have that room for growth. Appraiser's office and John's office are good examples of ones where there is room for growth most.
Usually not, when they figure out how many on, because it's more.
that's true. That's why I said what I said, but.
Well, you can't say you can't, this can't happen, it could happen to your department.
Oh, it's happened to me. It's happened to me. No, but it's good. That's really what you want.
It
Our
is.
organization is big
It
enough, it
is.
gives people the opportunity to grow. And honestly, Michelle's had 2 promotions. There's been several others in my office that have had promotions within our office or come from other offices. And that's what you want. If they're comfortable and like the organization and the pay and benefits, and what you really don't maybe understand is a lot of them appreciate the culture compared to other places
Sure.
they've been, the camaraderie, it's a good place to work. You can walk through and say hi to Gary Fike, and Gary says hi, and it's a cordial.
I don't know why you'd want to do that, but whatever.
Right, time he's hearing it a cookie or a donut, he might even give you
Yeah.
one sometimes,
Yeah.
so. That's all part of it, and that's what we want. We want people to grow from within.
Where was that? Sorry.
It was that, yes.
But-
The answer to your question was, is there's still those lower level tasks that need done, that.
Well, can those lower level tasks in some instances, I'm not saying here, but I'm just saying in some instances be rolled into another position? And obviously taken care of appropriately through, wages and everything else, and I see some more benefits, including insurance, just going through the roof, and it's getting to the point where some of it's gonna be hard to manage in the future, and we just gotta look at some of those things of how to narrow that down a bit, so, but I'm not saying here specifically, just in general, but
And the workload on these people are just growing. Nothing is decreasing.
Yeah.
So if you take that and pass that on to other people, then that's gonna hurt for them because they are also having an increase in their workflow. And if you divvy it up between them, then you're gonna potentially burn out.
But this is a long list of duties and responsibilities. On this one, I agree, so.
And when positions come open, we do encourage the department heads to look at their position descriptions to make sure they're accurate, to ensure that it's still what's needed. And if they can do anything different, so they are requested to go through that. And so it is something they evaluate when those positions come open.
A lot of these come open quite a bit. They're not getting up there where you've had 10, 15 years, so you really have to reevaluate all of it, so I get it. Okay. I'll go ahead and approve filling the Public Works Administrative Clerk 1's position.
Yeah, I would second that. It's been moved and seconded to approve filling of the Public Works Administrative 1 position. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, aye, so I didn't say that loud enough.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, commissioners.
Next, Commissioner, you have Gary Fike at 10 o'clock.
It's just one page, I did it.
Yeah. I could get up and get.
I didn't get up either for the record.
Don has a reason. Okay, too many purpose. Thank you.
Not really.
Getting you.
Wasn't as hungry as I thought it was gonna be, actually. How's Gary?
I made it for you.
Good,
Good.
good. About yourself?
It's been a week.
Has it?
It's been a week.
Last week was the week for me. We finished up by it and it was a flurry at the end, of course. People wanting to get taxes filed on the last day.
It's human nature to procrastinate,
I had a lady
especially on
called
taxes.
yesterday who had to do a paper return because of her situation. Certain returns can only go paper, they can't e-file.
Mm,
And she called yesterday on the 19th and tax day was the 18th, wanted to know if she should go ahead and mail her tax return. Or just wait till next year.
Well, it depends on how much penalties and fees you want to pay.
Mail it in. I mean, they're gonna take part of your refund, but as a penalty, but you had it, you could have mailed it, you didn't, so it's, and 3 appointments. I mean, we had her 3 different times because first time her and her son who's living with her had filed separately, and he had an IRS PIN. And they send you a new PIN every year
Yeah.
if you've been. And he said he never got it, so it rejected when we e-filed it, so then you have to do a paper file. So then there was another problem, and then we did it a third time and told them to mail it, and yeah, I don't know, it's just amazing, but you get a really good cross section of the community, you really do. Are you ready for me?
Yes.
It's 10 o'clock.
Right.
Okay, great.
I might
Thank
bring
you.
you mine next year and see if you can save me $1,300.
Well, we did have
Lucky.
we
That's
did
what I
have a
paid
really
this
good
year.
year this year. If you want to consider the fact that, you know, we worked our tails off this year more so than normal. But I do want to give credence to the Cons United Way, to Caroline Pine Foundation, and this year, the Greater Manhattan Community Foundation for helping fund the program. You know, we do a lot of in-kind from the extension office, but there are two other site coordinator, Roger Ruggles and Sue Simmons, who has been doing this for a number of years. They are paid through these grant funds. And Manhattan Public Library, obviously, we couldn't do it without them at all. It's unbelievable the cooperation we get from those folks. And this year, Sue keeps track every time we go in, every day that we're in there, you sign in and sign out in your hours. So we know how many hours are spent actually preparing taxes. It does not include our time organizing and studying for tests and those kinds of things, but 1,175 volunteer hours. Which is a great deal. All they get is we give them a gift card with the funds at the end of the season. And I think it's May 11th, we're having a lunch and we take them all out to lunch. And actually a representative from the IRS is coming this year to give them all a certificate and recognize it too. So we try to get that picture in the paper on the Tuesday issue of the Manhattan Mercury when they do that, you know, community friends and things like that. So this was the 18th year, and you have to be trained. You have to take the test. We actually do work sessions at the library with the preparers in January before we start. We always start the last Thursday in January preparing taxes. And the tests are open book. They're online. You get 2 chances. You have to score 80% or higher. And believe you me, those of you that have taken multiple choice tests, they have very tricky ways of asking those questions. You can usually throw one out pretty easily, but the others, I passed them all the first time this year. Last year I had to retake one of them. And this year, 4 of us did military because they have a different, it's not a separate return. But combat pay and some other things affect how the return is done. So you have to have people that are certified in military. So 4 of us did that. And we had 15 total people doing taxes. That would include me and Sue and Roger who are paid. So actually 12 volunteers and 2 brand new ones who took on a bunch. And this is, remember, for those at moderate to low incomes, adjusted gross income $72,000 or less. And this year we added the military component since Fort Riley actually used to do it and they shut their site down due to budget cuts or whatever. They weren't able to offer that. We get a lot of retirees too, military retirees that got them done over there. So we had 939 appointments that were booked. Sometimes people don't show up. Sometimes people get in there and they don't have filing requirement. Sharon took 530 phone calls. You could sign up online or call our office. She's handled 530 clients. 887 of those were successfully e-filed and accepted by the IRS. We did 12 paper returns because of special circumstances. And some people don't get their taxes filed every year. So we did some 2019, 2020, 2021. This year. So altogether, we actually filed 931 returns. So, but I've usually just kept track of the e-files because that's the easiest one to do. Sometimes the papers get rejected later on again, so we don't know for sure. Our hard number is 887 is what I call. This year, our recipients got $1.173 million in refunds. And we saved clients $186,000 in tax preparation fees. So 1.36 million for total economic impact. Most of them are single filers, 593. We do have a lot of widows and widowers and single folks. A lot of head of households, more and more of those all the time, 115 couples who divorced and who have joint custody of kids or split custody. But our adjusted gross income came right in where it's been. Inflation even goes up. I think my first year it was 26, now it's 28,000. 17.3% were handicapped. And if you looked at the US Census Bureau, they only give you a figure for those that are handicapped under the age of 65 for some reason, but that was 10%. So, and veterans, again, about 10%. And we had almost 16% were veterans or active military, and 21.6% were minorities. We take those figures and we look at the census figures too and compare those, and I'll show this in the slide after this one, but this is the number of e-files again. So the red dotted line is the trend line. We were up 163 returns e-file this year. So we just, it was like
biggest,
Groundhog Day.
That's the biggest 1 year jump.
Oh my gosh.
At least
And it's mostly because of Fort Riley, I think, John.
Okay.
But we also,
That's
we
right.
continue to have, the bulk of our people are return customers. But I continue to be surprised that a lot of people that are first timers come, I never heard of this before. We've been doing it for 18 years. So part of the problem is people knowing about it.
Just in general or just military?
No, in general.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say on the military side, that would actually, I mean, how many of these programs are there around? When I sat in on military Veterans and Service Committee meeting when I was in DC in February, they were talking about a number of different types of community programs you can plug in to help active and former military or veterans. And, having a tax income program was one of those that was on that list. I thought, must be doing better than most then. But it's not, it's hard to do, as you know. It's hard to put a group of people together. It's hard to put a group of volunteers together that has the right knowledge and understanding of the entire process. So we should be very proud we have this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great program.
Yeah, it really is.
The senior center, I think, is also, it's called VITA/TCE, and I don't remember what that stands for, but it's for senior citizens, and they're not limited by income, but I think you have to be a certain age to get yours done there. So there's actually two kind of VITA sites, and I don't know what their numbers are, but sometimes we get some of their people that come over. I think we have greater hours that we're open. We start already the last Thursday in January and continue all the way up to the tax filing deadline, well, till the 14th of April anyway. So yeah, it was amazing. It just kept coming on and coming on. And on our questionnaire, on our intake form, because it's a government program, they're asked the question, and some prefer not to respond if you see the column clear to the right. But Riley County is like 85 or 86% white, and our clientele was about 70% white. And we were, I think, 14% African American, and I think Riley County is about 7 or 8. I just looked at those figures. Hispanic. We met or exceeded all of the different racial and ethnic groups, which is good for a cross section of the community, because we're always interested in trying to serve everybody in the county, regardless. So, and then male and female, we always have more females that come in. We have a lot of single females that come in, some single males, but they always outnumber. And this year there's a big difference again, like there was in 2022. And then we always ask people to fill out comment cards. Now we have 900 some people come through, and maybe 120 of them will fill out a card. And I did send those out earlier to the commissioners for some of the comments, and these are just a few of them. So we get a lot of widowers who are only on Social Security, and maybe only they can go to Rich's office and do their homestead refund, but a A lot of them just choose to come down and do it there. They're afraid if they don't file a tax return, a lot of them have great fear of the IRS. They're afraid somebody's gonna come knocking on their door, and they feel more comfortable with somebody else doing it for them and saving them $200 or $300, especially on their landed income. So. So with that, I will be glad to answer any more questions. Otherwise, we're gonna move on to the next thing. So.
Was
Give
it
our,
hard to get volunteers? Or is it difficult?
Most of our volunteers, with the exception of 2 this year, were all returns. The 2 new ones that we got were a retired animal science professor that Carol and I, my wife, both knew, and his wife. They had done their own taxes. They were interested in doing, he just retired, interested in doing some volunteer work, and they did a great job, really did. There's some frustration the first year with the test and some of the procedures, because it's really hairy until you've been through it a couple of times, but they did a great job. And and we lost 3, 1 for health issues and 2 because they moved away, but the others were all return volunteers.
tell everybody how thankful and appreciative we are of their work and efforts. So I wouldn't be able to have the patience to, I don't even have the patience to do my own damn things.
Me either.
Yeah, it's
Maybe you shouldn't, Gary, give you a refund.
It's kind of, it's interesting and it's fun. And I came into it dragging my heels, because when I took this position, I knew this was an expectation. I could have chosen not to do returns myself and just let the volunteer, and I decided, well, Jennifer did, I'll do it, and it's been good. I've learned a lot, been able to help a lot of people. So
Yeah. It's a great program, obviously, just looking at the data.
okay, I'll go ahead and move on into the I think we're right on time for the task, Fairgrounds Task Force. So this is the list of people that we have gotten, and Catherine, I apologize to you. I didn't get a chance to read your email until after I'd already filed this
That's what I
report.
thought.
Russ Briggs is going to be Catherine's appointment. So we've got myself, Dave Lewis, who is John Ford's appointment. John Wink, who is Greg McKinley's appointment. Sue Mays from the city of Manhattan, Mark Hattasol nominated her. She's on the Parks and Rec Board, and she has agreed to do that. Lance Sharp from the Riley County Fair Board, Craig Poe from County Extension Executive Board, Mike Day, who's the department head for animal science, will be the College of Ag representative. Greg Lorenz from the KSU Foundation, and Randy Hawley from Caw Valley Rodeo Association, and Natalie Gordon, the Riley County Rural Economic Development Advisory Board. She's not officially on that board. She's kind of a ex officio. She just comes to all the meetings. But she really wanted to be on that. And so I asked the commissioners if that would be okay, and they said yes. So the board voted yesterday at our meeting with the foundation to go ahead and appoint Natalie as their representative.
That was the part of the meeting yesterday, because I was on another Zoom call at the same time.
They
I missed that. So, yeah.
Well, and we lost connectivity for a while, and we lost everybody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I thought you guys were done.
yeah, we basically were.
Yeah. I was working off my broken phone on yours, and then trying to do a Zoom on the borrowed laptop they gave me while they were fixing this one. And
Yeah. Technology.
Yeah.
think your life's bad, see?
So what, since we have the people now, are you going to be in charge of getting them together? Are you gonna have any organizational structure figured out?
I think the first thing that we're going to do, Commissioner Foki, is to get everybody together for a meet and greet meeting and decide what it is, and we're happy to accept guidance from the Board of County Commissioners. You know exactly what you want us to do. The way I see it is we're going to get everybody together, get everybody acquainted, and get everybody's perspective on what their role is within this organization. It was interesting yesterday, John, Commissioner Ford, even after you dropped off, there was a lot more discussion that went on about fairgrounds, and we're gonna have, this is a very good group of people. We're gonna have, I think, productive discussions on possibilities. There's a lot of stuff going on with the whole thing up there on Kimball and the developments. So we've got a lot to do ahead of us, and Commissioner Foki, I wish I could say right now what exactly that the outcome is going to be of that, but I look for them to give guidance to the county on what they see. Do we stay here? Do we move up there? Do we go somewhere else? That's going to be basically, I think, their charge.
Yeah, I think that's what we wanted, is to get some guidance from all these groups to
That's
see what the best avenue is.
That's the first part of it for me.
Yeah.
And yeah, I agree. It's I know just about everybody on this list, so that's gonna be a dynamic group.
Yeah, I think so.
But there's a second part to all this, and it. I've talked to the foundation about this. I've talked to Dave Lewis about this. I've talked to you about this, but. You know, if everybody comes to the same vision and the same strategy with this, great. But we still don't have the resources to do anything to make an actual move. So if everybody's truly on board and that is the vision and that is the direction forward, great. Then we all have to work together to find the resources to make that happen. And that's going to be the second part of it. So while, you know, it may take 3 or 4 meetings or something to really develop what that thought and that plan is, then there's probably going to have to be some secondary conversations, and we'll have to bring out some of the heavy hitters maybe to encourage some funds to make that happen.
Yeah. I agree.
It's gonna take some time, but it's doable.
Yeah, it's not something that's gonna happen overnight, you know, it's just.
Anything we're doing well and don't want to rush into anything. And I don't want to sound like a procrastinator, but I think sometimes I don't want to rush into anything. We need to study it, look at it. It's not a small decision. It's going to be a big decision, whatever it is.
Correct.
And what's best for everybody concerned. So.
And I also wanted to say, thanks for taking on the responsibility. I kind of feel like we didn't really give you a choice.
Well, I was going to say, I'm sure that I was really asked.
No, it just kind of went, surprise, you're it, but I wanted to say thanks, and at least so far you've been open and willing, and I kind of watched how you kind of work getting the Rural Economic Development Committee off of there. I thought we were all comfortable with that, so it's kind of surprised you're it. So, but we appreciate it. It wasn't done with that.
Glad to do it. Glad to do it. Yeah. So.
Okay. Keep us
Thank you.
posted. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
where's Greg at today?
Vacationing.
He's vacationing. Oh, shoot.
Yes.
Tell him we missed him.
Okay, we'll do that. Have a good weekend, Gary.
You too.
Next, Commissioner, you have Web 1020. Michelle.
Amanda, well, we got a couple minutes.
Well, I've seen you for a while.
I guess I'm alone here.
Yes,
It's like when I came in this morning, where is that? I missed the early morning meetings.
Robert, how's it going? Bad, how are you?
Nancy's here today too.
He is.
He's probably just avoiding you like he does most people.
Yeah, he saw you coming.
He'll be back.
So it's Nancy, not me.
Turn that off. Um. Can you get Cindy to get us an updated list with all the names on it, Rich? For this task force? Because I won't be able to remember everybody's name if somebody asked. It took me pretty much 2 months to remember all the entities that were on it.
Okay, Amanda.
Yeah, alrighty. Good morning, Commissioners. Amanda Webb, Planning Director. So I'm here to talk about environmental health because it seems like that's all we talk about anymore. So of course, as you folks know, our environmental health specialist position that's existing in our department, budget, all of that is of course vacant still. We've been doing some interviews, doing what we can to try to, get some folks in here who are at that level, which is really, really what I need, as we've talked about before. But just after some conversations with HR and just kind of with some of the candidates we're receiving, we wanted to at least create a position, if you will, in a job description for an environmental health technician. Now, this isn't in addition to EHS. This would be EHT would be, if we needed to fill it at that level, it would be instead of the EHS. And kind of the idea would be, to get somebody in here, get them some experience, get them what they need to do, and then move them up into the specialist position. So I don't want to get rid of the specialist position. That's really, really what I do need to fill. But just kind of how we've been, again, receiving applications, having interviews and things. We just wanted to have this option, since this position technically doesn't exist and the job description doesn't exist. We just wanted to be ready with it, have that available if we do need to fall back on this position.
And I'll add, I have actually been sitting in with them for the interviews. They can't find a candidate that has all the requirements. They may have some of them, but they do not have all of them. So we can't fill it as a specialist if they do not meet all the requirements. So this would just be the step down to get someone in, to get them the experience, to get them what is required. And then they would fill the specialist position. So it's not creating a new position. So she would have a technician and a specialist. It's just to be able to bring someone in that can do the bulk of the work and then gain the experience that is required for the specialist.
So you would close the opening for the environmental specialist.
So it would be hired, they would, if we had a candidate that met the qualification requirements of a specialist, then we would hire them as a specialist. But if they don't have that experience, then we would call them a technician before they can be called a specialist.
What if you get, all of a sudden you get two that are qualified, that one for the position you really wanted, and then the technician, and then you've got two good people.
I would go with the person who is qualified for specialist.
Yeah.
What she needs is the specialist. She needs
that's right.
that part. But if we can't get, we had one candidate that was qualified for the position, but she is a Canadian and would have to start the process to become a US citizen. And then she would have to be sponsored, and it's like this whole big deal.
Think about dealing with permits and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we can't offer that out, but there are some applicants who would qualify for most of it, just not all the requirements. So we don't want to pass on because we need someone in that position to do a lot of the work.
So how does a technician work in terms of the special things that you need with the position? So you're still gonna have to contract something out to do some of it, or what?
Realistically, because again, if we do the EHT,
Right.
the technician, they're not gonna have, the stuff that I really need, the soils and all of
Right.
that sort of stuff. So we probably have to keep some sort of contract. I mean, I would, as quickly as possible, get this person into classes, get them, going into, some sort of training, some sort of, something to get them, up to the level that they need to be. But unfortunately, if somebody isn't walking in the door with that qualification, it's gonna take some time. So it's not ideal, but
It really is.
it's just, with the struggles that we're having with finding somebody fully qualified for the specialist position.
So the person that wasn't a US citizen, could they get into this position, or is that
Yes,
and then move up when.
no, she could be a specialist.
She would be qualified.
I mean,
for
she
the
would be,
specialist.
but you could maybe put her in this position that didn't require citizenship. So she got
It will
that.
require citizenship,
both
any
positions.
position, and when you do that, then you have to have a employer sponsorship.
Okay,
And it doesn't really happen at the government level. I mean, it's a very time consuming, a very expensive process.
Full of lots and lots of red tape,
Yeah.
even if it's public to public. Yeah.
So, I mean, we
Exactly.
have candidates that fit maybe 80 or 90% of what could be required, but they just don't have everything needed for the specialist at this time. And like Amanda said, she can send them to the classes and then they would qualify for the specialist position. But we can't leave that vacant because there's still a lot of other things that that position does.
You know, when you do these things, you're just gonna be incumbent on HR to keep track of, you know, for commissioners, because they get so many things thrown at them, you know. 3 years from now,
Right.
when we have the specialists, maybe it's not Amanda that's in that position, or maybe it is, and say, oh, well, I have this tech position, so can I just open it up and hire? Remember that, no, that wasn't approved as a separate position, that's one thing, but doing these things is just like, I think I spoke at last meeting or the meeting before, is how all of us departments are gonna have to be more open to hire at a lower level than build your own and grow at your own. And I just thought of the commission and our situation with staffing when I think it was the state of Illinois just dialed back child labor laws. They're gonna allow 18-year-olds to serve alcohol and do certain things in restaurants because of the labor market. It's all because of the labor market, how we're all having to figure out how to do things differently to fill positions to get jobs done.
And that's why I've been saying for quite some time now, we're gonna kind of dial back on some of ours and probably, you know, convene several positions into a one and try to figure out how to pay for that, appropriate it, you know, moving forward, because this is coming. It's already here. I mean, if you really want to be truthful about it, it's already
Oh,
here.
it's here.
It's a good example of it. I mean,
I
there's
use-
just nobody to back up a Steve or a Perry or this at this point in time. You've got huge gaps and yeah,
I used to poo poo the impact of the baby boomer generation, that massive numbers getting out of the workforce, but I think that is one key factor in it that I underestimated.
well,
they're not the only one.
yeah, this was coming. I think the pandemic put a quicker time frame on it.
Agreed.
Where a lot of people realized, well, you know, I really don't have to work now. I can just be retired and be done. And we didn't get that 5 or 6 year maybe transition period in between the two. It just kind of boom, and here we are. So, but we've got some serious thinking and innovation to do. Everybody, county included on this.
Mhm.
And it's just to emphasize, this is one position, it's a tech or specialist. It's not creating a second position. So they're either gonna be a tech or they're gonna be a specialist. It's not gonna be both. So if this person is hired as a tech and they become a specialist, if Amanda leaves and someone else comes in, it's no, you have this one position, you don't have a tech and a specialist. You have one so that you can hire someone in.
Maybe I missed it on here. Is there a difference in pay and benefits between the
Yeah.
two?
Yes, that's why
Okay.
we're requesting it as a tech, is because it would be lower than the specialist. Because they're just not qualified, so they shouldn't be paid the same as a specialist if they don't qualify as a specialist.
I got it. Moving forward, just in terms of classes, certifications, everything that they need to do, I mean, are we prepared to help assist in that? Not just logistically, but I mean financially too, or I mean, is there?
Yeah, I mean, of course, without today is, but of course, not really having paid the
Right,
specialist position, you know, I do have a little bit of money there. Yes, we're paying a contract, but so we would have that in our budget to be able to facilitate, you know, some training for folks.
I mean, and it will
What's that
be
extra
a
percentage?
lower paid job.
Right.
So you could make that difference up by providing these classes.
Right. and I think that's something you have, I'm just using this as an example of that, something we're gonna have to think about if you're molding your own candidate. I think John understands that. They're kind of doing the same thing with his assistant at this point in time, so That's very much a real entity at this point. And it's a great thing, it's a great tool for retention as well.
We've done that for decades. We did it many times early on in IT.
Yeah.
You find all kinds of IT guys, but they didn't have all the complete certificates early on in developing an IT department, and that's what we
Sounds
had
like
to
we
do.
have to do that again in real time, but it's all discussion.
And you're gonna find in the corporate world too, that, I mean, people are having to look at filling positions with the people that may not have all the education, but they have the experience. I mean, people are having to get creative with that of, you know, can you bring someone in and then teach them or give them that experience? Maybe they don't have that education that is typically required. So people are looking at those different ways to do that. You see a lot more people going to a combination of education and experience rather than you have to have both, you know, so we think of those things when these positions come up, but we can't hire someone in as a specialist who does not meet those requirements. So
Yeah, and remind me, the specialist, what do they have beyond the bachelor's degree? Do they have a master's or is it professional?
So it's just a bachelor's degree that we require education wise, and then if they're already a registered sanitarian or registered environmental health specialist, or they can do that within a year of hire. So those are kind of the professional or educational.
And they can take those classes locally, or we have to send them somewhere, and that,
I believe it's something that they can do locally or at least online or something. We don't really have to ship them off somewhere.
I think NATC has a program for the certification and that.
Okay.
So just so I'm clarifying here, I'm gonna come to crossroads of whether or not you're gonna be able to actually hire a specialist. And if you decide to hire a technician, you're taking it basically off the board with the intent of basically building that candidate at that point in time, right? So it would be
Yes.
advertised at that point in time for either job description is what I'm gonna call it.
Correct, yeah, as
Okay.
soon as we get somebody in there, whether it's a specialist or tech level, we're not advertising for anything anymore. If it's at tech level, as Michelle said, the idea would be, you know, get that person in there, mold them, you know, get them the education and training, and then scoot them up to specialists, and that would be it. There's no,
Okay.
and it's filling a second position.
and it's the same concept of what we're doing in the appraiser's office. They have a 3 open.
Yeah.
But they're advertising a 2 or a 3 in case they can't meet those 3. Since Amanda's isn't health specialist 1, 2, or 3.
Right.
We'd have to say technician or specialist.
Okay.
Same thing.
No, I don't doubt the validity of the position and the needs, so I agree, gonna have to get creative with some things, so. How long has that been open?
A month and a half.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna,
And we do get a lot of applications, but then you have people that have they've worked in the fast food business and they're applying for this position. So it's filtering through all of those and finding someone who can have a majority of them.
well, I know you're advertising, because I saw it on the KFC's, news, e-newsletter, so. Okay. Thoughts? If you're gonna get somebody at least into the position, I just don't see us finding a specialist at this point in time with. There's just a huge gap.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, okay. Make a motion then to recommend approving the creation of an environmental health technician position and associated jobs description.
second. It's been moved and seconded to approve the creation of the environmental health technician position and associated job description. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good luck.
If we can,
Mhm.
it is time for Mr. Bob Isaac, commissioners.
Thanks.
Bet.
Hey, good morning, commissioners. Um, David and Susan McCullers have made application with Riley County Planning and Development requesting to replat lots 1 and lot 8 of Skyview Ranches subdivision, combining the 2 lots into 1. The subject property was platted as lots 1 and 2 of Skyview Ranches, a 13-lot subdivision development in May of 1976. The property was rezoned from G1 general agricultural to A4 single-family residential in June of 1976 as well. The lots were never developed. The applicant wishes to combine the 2 lots into a single lot to center the construction of a residence on such property. I'll closer look at that right there. And you can see here, the property was rezoned, as I mentioned, to A4 single-family residential, as with all of the residential development there. And has been zoned single-family residential since 1976. There's no request or requirement to rezone the property at this time. And there are no variances, special uses, or conditional uses associated with the site. Riley County Fire District will serve the site. The nearest county fire station is the Conza Valley Fire Station located at 300 Johnson Road. The subject site is actually located within 5 road miles of the fire station. And I want to bring this to your attention here. The unnamed creek, second order stream, runs along the northern portion of the subject property. According to section 6.3 of the Riley County Land Development Regulations, all new development shall be required to provide a 50-foot riparian buffer zone 1 and a 25-foot buffer zone 2 along the second order streams.
What did you call that again? Because it has no name?
It's an unnamed stream.
Oh, okay.
It's a second, this is a second order stream, and you can see by the
Order stream.
Yeah, it's the second order stream. And here's your stream order here. And how that happens is if you have a single stream that is transects or intersects with another one, the resulting flow becomes a higher order.
Okay.
That's how that works.
Okay.
And along this, however, and you'll see this on the plat, that there's a buffer zone and 1 and 2 coming off the banks of that stream. And it protects the riparian area along the stream.
That's a good one.
So here is the final plat. Again, there's no preliminary plat when it comes to replat. This illustrates the new orientation and location of the lots boundaries. Property butts and directly accesses Crest Ridge Circle, which is maintained by the township. Although there are no utility easements that are in need of vacating, there is a request to vacate the existing building envelope shown on the plat, as building setback requirements are governed by the zoning district and not shown on plats. Additionally, the driveway that serves the property north of the subject site is located along the east line of the existing lot 8, right in this gray area here. You'll see this in the overhead, in the aerial. Inexplicably, the travel easement was in place for the driveway. It was vacated in 1980 due to primarily the owner of this property over here that owns a house owned these lots too, and they figured they didn't need a travel easement to get to their house. But they are now in talks, since they sold that property, to get that travel easement put back into place. A couple of pictures of the site. This is looking west along the north right of way of Crest Ridge Circle, with the lots to the right of the photo. And this is a low lying area here. This is Crest Ridge Circle. You can see it's not quite improved. And just kind of panning to my right, you can see the rest of it, and you can see that stream just kind of goes along the north edge of that and wraps around. Another shot of that. And this is that driveway that is literally running on the east line of that property. This fence line is not the east property line. This is. So.
And they're getting ready to pull fiber there. See the pipe there?
Yes.
Woohoo!
Yeah, they're very advanced.
Yes, they are.
Okay, next up. So with that, on April 10th, these Riley County Planning Board held a public hearing and approved the request to replat
Lot 1 and Lot 8 of Skyview Ranches subdivision into a single lot, be known as Skyview Ranches Unit 3, as it was determined that to meet the requirements of the Raleigh County Land Development Regulations and the Sanitary Code. Staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners acknowledge and approve the final plat of Skyview Ranches Unit 3, accepting any easements, rights of way, or licenses, and showing to be dedicated on the final plat. That's all I have. It's fairly straightforward. There's no utility easement on the common line here, so there was no need to request a vacation of the utilities.
Oh, okay.
So that made it really easy to do.
If there's ever utilities that need to go out there, where would that come from?
Well, again, if this gets replanted, this line disappears. So it's one great big lot.
Oh, okay, gotcha,
So
gotcha.
they're either coming along here or up here, depending on which direction they come from.
Probably gonna come from the southeast corner moving back.
Yeah, the site is already served by rural water.
Okay,
It's already out there.
yeah,
And I did get a chance to drive through the subdivision, and it's very well, it's very nicely developed.
okay.
It's surprisingly nice. So that's all I have. If you have any questions for me.
Yeah, I do. In the background information, it's listed as lots 1 and 2, and then it switches to 1 and 8.
Yeah,
So
that's
what
a
is-
typo.
what- Was it a typo?
Yeah.
Okay. I
This
didn't
is-
know if it changed somewhere and I'm missing it.
I apologize for that.
So is it 8 or is it 2?
Eight. So here's lot 1, here's lot 8. I just kind of went like this. I don't know.
It must go around that
Yep.
way, okay.
Did you go back 2, 3, 4, 5?
So do we need to change that anywhere? It's on the Mylar, is it correct?
Yes, absolutely. Speaking of which, we do have one out here for you to decide.
Do those lots have septic systems on them?
Excuse me,
They have septic systems on them?
not yet. They're vacant.
Not on that, but they will.
They will.
They're big enough for that.
Yes, absolutely. And the Perry was able to check this particular property before he left, so he gave the thumbs up. It actually has good soil or the in-ground system.
Okay.
I think you know what? I think I actually talked to him about 1.5 2 years ago. He called me. He was from Oklahoma,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah. Forgot about that.
They're moving back, I suppose.
Yeah.
Move back to build a house.
I think it was passed down through family or something.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no other questions, then I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve resolution 042023. Acknowledging the approved final plat of Skyview Ranches Unit 3 and accept any easements, right of ways, or licenses as shown to be dedicated on the final plat, as it was determined that all the requirements of the Raleigh County Land Development Regulations and Sanitary Code have been met.
Okay, I would second that. It's been moved and seconded to approve the resolution number 042023 as written. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Both signed, please.
While you're signing that, I'll catch the Mylar.
Clancy, how long you want on the first one?
At least 20 minutes. I'm gonna talk to John. This is that. Russell has for determining.
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna do that first.
Yeah, I would think so. Makes sense. Now I gotta go beg forgiveness from Derek, not telling him.
Yeah. That is, yeah.
You think 20 minutes would be enough for the first one? It's the one we talked about.
Yeah,
Okay, because I can,
if not, we can always come back.
yep, that is true. And the second one will be on this item. Because we've exchanged emails on that.
Oh, yeah. When he, that conversation goes on, so I think he had to go back to court or something, so I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Glad for the rain now.
Yeah, I'll get it. Rich has one item I've asked him to talk to you about. It's the follow-up to what Russell was in asking about the local disaster declaration.
Yeah, commissioners, I need a motion on termination of declaration of a local disaster emergency for Riley County, Kansas. I can get a motion for that.
What's different than the other ones? Oh,
The other one
The
was
one
a
we just
termination,
did.
the one wasn't. Declaration that Catherine did, this is the termination of that declaration.
The
okay.
one that we did Tuesday.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
ends that.
This
I was just asking what was different about this one than the other one like I signed?
That was the one for.
Well, we may have allowed that one just to expire. You can either allow it to expire. This one would still run if you don't terminate it early. It would run through Monday because of when it was signed. So this allows when we're in a public meeting and we have the opportunity to end it. Usually what we end up doing is exactly what Russell did.
Yeah.
We either leave it in place because we're not sure or
You
They're
get 5 inches
comfortable.
of rain, that's not.
they're comfortable
They're comfortable.
or they wouldn't have made that
That's okay.
recommendation. He and I had that conversation. It
I just think that
wasn't
was
evident.
good question, information to get out there.
Yeah.
I helped having that rain last night to determine that.
Yeah, sure.
Or if you want to look at this, if you make a motion.
No, I've signed them before. I just didn't know what the difference between the two were on that one, and that clarifies it for me.
If I can get a motion, commissioners.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we end the current declaration of emergency for Riley County.
I'll second that. So moved and seconded to terminate the current declaration of emergency. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Both sides, please.
You can always do another.
Yeah.
It turns out the guesses were wrong, but
The weather's supposed to actually stay kind of cool, and that means should stay kind of wet for a couple of days, won't dry up quickly. I noticed where all the divots are in my parking lot again. Because they're all full of water.
Do we have water?
Yeah, for the first time in a long time. That's how I knew if we're checking the rain gauge, we got a pretty decent amount of rain last night. Sunday, they're repairing parts of the sidewalk area leading out to the trash receptacle. And they came in and poured them yesterday afternoon. I thought, boy, that was dumb, but looked at them and it didn't look like there was any damage to them. They're still pretty green, but. Oh,
Flew too well.
It slid on the end.
good soccer goalie there, it looks like. I had that one strained. Okay, so.
What time would be resuming?
20 minutes. So I guess I'd be,
11:10.
yeah,
Yeah, sure.
okay. We'll go ahead then and move that the county commission, including Chairwoman Pokey and Vice Chairman Ford, recess into executive session on potential litigation for the purpose of consultation with Clancy Holman, County Councilor, and Craig Cox, Deputy County Councilor, attorneys for the commission, which should be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 11:10 a.m.
Second that. It's been moved and seconded to adjourn into executive session until
11:10.
11:10. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks, Rich.
You bet. Thank you.
to the meetings, we will determine.
Normally, they're not too bad, but that 3.5, I mean, they can get some
Okay,
stuff.
we're back.
In the 2 years I was.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and move then that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that. It's been moved and seconded, the board come out of the executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I second that. It's been moved and seconded that no binding action was taken during the executive session, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll get that verbiage. I don't have
Oh,
to-
sure, I'm sorry. I'll get you one.
Oh, I didn't.
Which one?
It's that calendar that grabs stuff. That one will read eerily similar to the last
Okay,
one.
how much time?
I'm thinking on this one, probably 15 minutes. Yeah,
The
please,
second one.
please.
Okay, you want to do 15?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. I think that'll do it.
Okay. Move the county commission, including Chairwoman Pokey and Vice Chairman Ford, recess into executive session on potential litigation for the purpose of consultation with Clancy Holman, County Counselor, and Craig Cox, Deputy County Counselor, attorneys for the commission, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, at the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 11:26 a.m.
Okay, I second that. It's been moved and seconded to recess into executive session until 11:26 a.m. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
Second that. It's been moved and seconded that the board come out of executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Also move that the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus that was reached in executive session.
Second that. It's been moved and seconded that no consensus was reached.
Or we
It's the
did- we
opposite.
did- Yeah, we did get concession.
Read that again.
Move the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive
Okay,
session.
it's been moved and seconded that yeah, give me this. It's moved and seconded that the record shall reflect that action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. I think you're fine.
Thanks, Craig. Thank you, Larry.
It can be like a tongue twister.
They're gonna adjourn. the
John gets lost
City
back.
county.
Yeah.
It will be here. Yeah, I think so.
I guess that's it, isn't it?
Yes, that's all the business until we have a BOCC City County here,
Oh, yeah. Fine.
unless you want to cancel.
Yes.
Yeah. Kind of, no,
No.
that's a discussion you've
I
got
have
to
a
be.
50-50 vote, and she is chair.
No.
Yeah,
No.
I don't know if I'm gonna make tonight's gala either. I'm worn out. Just worn out.
Not gonna make much.
Tonight's gala,
Oh, yeah.
for Big Lakes, I'm gonna try, but it's depending on maybe I get an afternoon nap in or something here. I've got a pretty busy day still yet, even leading up to 4 p.m. So I don't have anything else at this point in time.
Yeah. I
So
don't either.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we adjourn after this afternoon's joint city county meeting.
A second. It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn Board of County Commission meeting after the joint city county meeting this afternoon. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So you got that some they really need. They've done.
I know, it is good quicker than now.
Since we're hosting the chairs, commissioners, it's cast.
So the paper did that.
Take note of that.
Yeah.
You bet.
Okay, I want to call the meeting of the joint city county county meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. I'm Catherine Polk, chairperson of the Raleigh County. Could we all like to introduce ourselves?
Mark out of the city.
John Mata, City Commission.
Commissioner Betty, City Commission. Linda Morris, City Commission.
Ron Pier, City of Manhattan.
Katie Jackson, City of Manhattan.
Wyatt Thompson, City of Manhattan.
Kate Kennedy, KMET Radio. Stacy Olson, Manhattan Mercury.
Craig Cox, Deputy County Councilman.
Clancy Holman, Riley County.
Mike Gillespie, Riley County Law Board.
Barry Wilkerson, Raleigh County Attorney.
Rich Bargo, Riley County Clerk.
And Don Ford, Riley County Commission.
Okay, well, the item we have on the agenda is animal control for the county. At the city county meeting on March 23rd, a discussion was held by the city commissioners that they wanted to have the city animal control officers transferred from the Raleigh County Police Department, or transferred from the city to the Raleigh County Police Department. None of the Raleigh County commissioners or staff had any prior knowledge of this possibility. As this decision would have to be made by the law enforcement board, the county commissioners discussed and unanimously approved resolution number 041723-19, which we all have a copy of. That is opposing this action. And it was presented to said board on their April 13th meeting. Clancy Holman, Raleigh County Councilor, will go over the resolution and the facts supporting it. And I say you have a copy of the resolution. Right.
Thank you, Catherine. Clancy Holman, Riley County Councilor. As Catherine's, I wasn't nervous until I heard Catherine pound on the desk. I think I'm out of reach. So, thank you all for coming today. I do want to just highlight a couple of things that you've seen the resolution, but that's everyone has a copy of that in their chair, and then as well, the original memorandum that I provided the board and discussed in a public meeting on the 13th of April. This issue, as Catherine said, was brought up for the first time. The county staff was aware on March 23rd, city county meeting. And the description was at that time that there would be this transfer of city animal control to those positions to Raleigh County Raleigh County Police Department. It was also, there were statements made about the fact that there would be enforcement within the city and not necessarily in the county. On April 4th, there was a discussion by staff of this, our legal department with staff of the city attorney's office. And those two things at least were reaffirmed. It was after that we had discussions that the county commission had discussions, which generated the resolution, well, first the memo and then the resolution that you all have. The primary things in the resolution are right there in the first two. And I'm not saying that everything in this resolution is the sum total of those things that need to be ironed out as the two bodies discuss this, two governing bodies have their ongoing conversations about it to the extent those happen. But these were the things that were brought up primarily as important at the time the resolution was passed. So, and those being, first of all, that shifting that responsibility to the Raleigh County Police Department, of course, within the context of the consolidated law enforcement statutes, of course, makes Riley County responsible for 20% of the cost of those personnel positions. Also, there is in our view, a very likely possibility that the animal control shelter, and I realize it's owned by the city, and I realize there are plans that the city has expressed to have that managed by a third party, operated by a third party, ownership to continue within the city with the city of Manhattan. But the problem with that is, again, goes back to the consolidated law enforcement statutes. There's a mandatory duty in there that when the law board decides and makes a decision that a facility is necessary for RCPD, the law board makes that decision, the county is the one that does that, not the city, and the county is solely responsible for it. That's how that's process is, quite frankly, what generated the county solely being responsible for building the jail, the law enforcement center, which people usually refer to as the jail. It's the law enforcement center that clearly is a county responsibility. And county did so. It was clearly the county's responsibility to provide the current state-of-the-art firing range. The county constructed, paid for that on its own, did that because that's what the statutory scheme says the county must do. In my opinion, that cannot be delegated to anybody else when it comes right down to it. If the law board, not necessarily this law board, current law board, but some future law board decides for whatever reason that because animal control is now part of RCPD's functions and it needs a facility that's different from the one that currently is in place, it will be Riley County that is responsible for paying for it, for constructing it, for rehabbing whatever is necessary. That's going to be a very real possibility. And I don't think it's something that can be contracted away. It isn't something that ordinarily an interlocal service agreement would be appropriate for, where Riley County agreed with someone that, well, we should do this, but you're going to. Because one of the preconditions of such an interlocal service agreement is both entities have the legal right and ability to do that function, to do whatever the statute says. And as I said earlier, only Riley County is assigned responsibility for RCPD facilities. We can't, even if we wanted to, we could not agree that someone else do that. Also in the resolution, after those first two, was that quite frankly, and I think this is one of the more compelling parts of the board's objection to this, not that the first two aren't reason enough, but the appointments, such appointments are not authorized by the statute, by the statutory scheme, from taking animal control and putting that over city animal control and putting it in the RCPD supervision and control, because the primary mission, as stated in the opening statute for the consolidated law enforcement statutes, is that the purpose of RCPD is to provide for the protection of persons and property and promoting the general welfare of the citizens of the state of Kansas through efficient law enforcement and police protection. I would submit that when the public or when any person hears about police protection or efficient law enforcement, they're not thinking animal control. There's a mad dog out. That's a personal protection thing, isn't it?
It can be, and it's a very small portion of what Riley County Police Department does. I'm not saying they don't have authority to assist, but there's no authority for making them primarily responsible by shifting animal control itself over to RCPD. To me, that's very different. It's very different than what is allowed by the statutory scheme. And again, we can't flip this and make it so that the primary responsibility for animal control becomes RCPD rather than those city animal control officers. RCPD is there to assist that function and is available, as historically has been the case. And I believe Director Pete pointed that out during his presentation.
Well, wasn't historically the RCPD doing those functions before there was city animal control?
That I don't know. I know in the past there were.
My understanding was the police department, they had a red truck and they delivered the animals to the zoo.
Yeah, I've heard about the red truck. Yeah. But those statutes that I'm describing.
Post consolidation.
I understand. But even if that was done, if it didn't comply with the statutory scheme, the fact it may have been done in the past doesn't mean it should be done now. And
So are you saying RCPP has no obligation to enforce city ordinances with regards to animal control?
no, they do have that obligation if there's a contract in place between the law board and the city. And it's not contracts between the city and other entities, it's between the law board and those cities. Whether it's the city of Manhattan or anyone else. And again, that's right out of the statutory scheme. It's not.
So the law board contracts to enforce those, they're within the power to do so.
They would have the authority to do that. But again, very different from having those city animal control officers supervised and housed at RCPD.
Right, but they can just do it with their own or create their own function if they wanted to.
Their own function. I guess I'm probably missing. something.
Well, obviously in the past, they did it with police officers,
Mhm.
so they could have a resource control office, animal resource control officer, if they wanted to.
That I'm not so sure of. And I'm not so sure that we comply with the statutory scheme.
So you're saying they could just only have RCPD officers do it if they can.
Well, I think that's traditionally what has been done, and that would match having them assist animal control. officers.
Right, but if there were no animal control officers in the city, like there's none in the county,
Mhm.
the only people to do that in the county is the police officer.
They'd have the limited ability to do that. That's right. But they could not fulfill the entire functions of an animal control officer. Those duties are actually outlined in that separate statutory scheme. That's another conflict here that I see between assuming it could be just simply moved over to RCPD. You've got an entirely different act. That's the only statutory scheme, the only statute in Kansas that defines what an animal control officer is. And those are directly related to those duties and obligations that are set out in that Pet Animal Act. One of the worst titled statutory schemes I've ever seen because it also involves feedlots and that kind of thing.
So I just want to make sure you're saying that you think they can't have animal control officers that says so in that act. But if they were just to have RCPD officers do it, there wouldn't be any problem.
I'm not
If
saying.
they contracted with the law.
If a city contracts with the law enforcement agency, those specific statutes can be enforced by RCPD. Okay. But the law board would have to have that contract. Right. Going on to the resolution, the next part of it, I don't want to leave anything out here because it's so brilliantly drafted. But as I said, this next one did cover exactly what I just said. It talks about the Pet Animal Act and the fact that the definitions of animal control officer are only there. They're not anywhere in consolidated law enforcement. And finally, goes back to and again, it's slightly related to the Pet Animal Act, that the appointments are not authorized by that specific statute cited within the consolidated law enforcement statute. Because the primary mission of the Pet Animal Act and its animal control officers is not the same mission that RCPD is primarily responsible for. Those are the primary things that generated the home rule resolution. I wanted to at least touch base on those so you know where the county's coming from on this. And I know the board may have other things they want to raise, and I can certainly answer. I'll try and answer any questions that come up. Anybody that wants to ask something, I'll give you the best possible answer I can.
So a lot of legal maneuvering to say you don't want to pay for animal control officer. Which is basically what you're basically saying. Here's every justification we possibly could have. The county doesn't want to pay for animal control.
No, what the county doesn't want to do is solve the city's budget issue by moving animal control over to.
But we're paying for it. We're willing to pay for it. Well, it's for, yeah, whatever. So I don't, let's hear from our attorney.
Right.
Hear the other side of the statute interpretation. Or Ron, whatever bad ideas that you.
Well, I would like, since we're having the county attorney tell us something, I would like to know the city attorney's view on it, and then we can always. Got other attorneys around and ask as well.
Let Mike weigh in. And we'll let-
Worked it out. Didn't realize that we were at court today and we were preparing remarks.
Well, you heard the gavel though, didn't you?
Yeah, that's true. That's just been my first clue. I guess to clarify a few things that I think may have contributed to the resolution, the city has not asked for the county, or excuse me, the law board or RCPD to assume our exact individuals. So if the city no longer had animal control officers, and that was a position that the RCPD budgeted, the RCPD would have the authority to determine what types of employees they are and could hire pursuant to its normal hiring practices. I know that the resolution talks about the general purpose of the Law Enforcement Act. As Mr. Holman suggested or said, the statute does say in KSA 19-4434, it says specifically that the cities, that the law enforcement agency enforces all city ordinances that have essentially what I call state law counterparts. And it says any and all remaining ordinances. So I think that interpreting a general purpose section that says it's, whether or not it's within the scope of providing for the protection of persons and property, that's a general purpose. You look to the specific statute to determine the power of an entity. But I would agree with our mayor that most people would probably believe that a general purpose that says protection of persons and property would include ordinances that involve safekeeping of animals, which are property under Kansas law, and the protection of persons from animals, both of which are part of our ordinances. I suppose, though, you could set all that aside and just look at what's happened for the last couple decades. The crux for the city of Manhattan is that we have enforced our ordinances related to animals. That has been the case since about 2000, as has the Riley County Police Department. And the Riley County Police Department enforced those prior to the city of Manhattan. So while there may be merit or there may be an argument that the county has with respect to the authority, the practice has clearly been that the right RCPD enforces animal ordinances. We have citations with the municipal court. I verified with the court in the last year where Riley County police officers wrote citations under the animal ordinances that were prosecuted by the city of Manhattan in the municipal court. So clearly that authority exists. I would suggest that it's more that the city is supplementing the law enforcement authority of the RCPD. That is what has occurred for decades. So if we just rely on that, we know that RCPD has that authority. The question is, and I think this could be part of the confusion or the issue, is that currently the animal control officers are doing some duties that support the shelter, that don't support and relate directly to the enforcement of ordinances. That would not be part of their role if they were part of the RCPD. So I would agree, none of those duties that are currently being performed by ACOs should be part of anything the RCPD is doing. So I think that if that was part of the assumption that they would be asked to do those things, I can understand the objection on that, but that's not what the city has asked. When the city presented in March, the city's main position was we're supplementing the enforcement authority of the RCPD. Again, the RCPD has done this for decades and continues to do it. We are supplementing it, and we're supplementing our support of the shelter with our ACOs. So those things are occurring. The city has had periods of time when there are no ACOs, and it has been entirely enforced by the RCPD. Again, let's set the shelter aside because I can see where that would be a concern if that were something that we were asking and that those duties would be a concern. I can understand that, but that can't transfer to the RCPD. I think we would agree with that. I can also understand the county's concern that they would be responsible for some type of facility. I will note there's this point too, and this has been stated before, that Riley County would be somehow end up responsible for maintaining, and I'm going to take that part first, the city of Manhattan owned animal shelter. In 2000, the city and the county, the commissions, the governing bodies of both, had an agreement to transfer all the Riley County property that existed at the time to relate to animal control services. It was, at the time, there was equipment and trucks that were owned by the county. The city owned the building. So we had an agreement. I think that's important because that was the political will of both governing bodies at that time and in agreement to do that. I'm not aware of a mechanism by which the city or the Riley County Law Board, and maybe there is a mechanism that we could unload this on Riley County against the political will. We certainly couldn't unload an existing facility. The scenario replacing it, I don't know why, if we were separating all the shelter duties, which we are, from the ACOs, why there would be a need or a desire to replace the city of Manhattan owned animal shelter as an RCPD facility. I don't think that would exist. I think that if there's even that possibility, it's entirely remote because we have a shelter that we operate, and that's outside of what we're asking of the county, or excuse me, of the RCPD. I didn't really want to debate the county on this. They can have their own position from their own attorney, and they do. I would be most interested in the RCPD's attorney or the law board attorney because they advise their client. We've met with the RCPD staff for months, and at no point did the RCPD staff or attorneys suggest to the city of Manhattan that this was outside their legal authority. That's been our experience. So we relied upon that, that their position was they understood that they had the legal authority to enforce our ordinances per statute, and we proceeded under that. So if there is something contrary from the RCPD or the law board or their legal counsel, that would be information the city would very much like to hear.
Oh, Katie, I have a question. Never in this conversation that you just talked about, things you just said, include anything in the county. It's all city. You know, what about the county control?
Yeah, that's a fair question. So when the city talks about it, the reason that we've couched it in terms of the city is we have 3 budgeted positions for animal control services right now. So when we're looking at whether or not, like, we're looking at a 1-to-1 comparison. If we no longer had this ACO positions, what would it take for the RCPD to provide that same level of service in the city? And that's not because we have never stated and certainly do not think that those 3 individuals, they can go in the county as much as the county wants them. That's the jurisdiction of the RCPD. It's just that from a framework of discussion, what our interest was as a city was, what will it take to maintain that same level of service within the city? Because we only have jurisdiction in the city.
But we have been paying money to support animal control in the county. So,
and I'll let you, to that point, that would be a question for city administration to discuss the history, because that's outside and that's, but just to be clear, if the Riley County Police Department, if they had someone dedicated to enforcing animal laws, that person could go in the county at the discretion of the RCPD and whatever they wanted. We're not suggesting at all that they're limit their authorities to the city. When it was couched that way, it was just for discussion purposes of what would it take for a similar level of service. Any other questions or?
Yeah, I have one for the county because this is what troubles me on that. Does the county want to do any animal control outside the city limits? I mean, that's the root of this basically. Because the city desires to do animal control. And we have done it for years. And the question is, outside the city limits, does the county commission have any desire to enforce any of your ordinances?
Or provide any service to anybody who lives in the county.
That you don't want to provide animal control services. If you want outside the city limits.
I mean, excluding the other 4 communities, but we're talking just incorporated area. I don't think it's a need. So why pay for something that isn't a need?
And I know that because
I get the city's position on that and probably the need for it. I'm not questioning that. What I'm questioning is how can you take something that's basically municipal in this case and transfer it to an entity that's not municipal, it's consolidated, not expect there to be cost that comes outside of that. And contrary to popular belief, that 20% does matter.
Well, I guess that's the question we should throw out there, because we've thought about this, talked about this, the fact that the 20% would become an issue. And so one of the other avenues we thought about it was contracting directly with RCPD, kind of like this, like the school district might for officers in at a school, and they actually, contract directly for that to get them to come in the city to actually contract with RCPD. We even throw around the idea of a grant to RCPD to do those services for the city. So that way there isn't any question what they're supposed to do, just like your officer that's supposed to go to a certain school, obviously if there's an emergency, they're gonna go wherever they need it. Is to do it that way. That way we get out of the 20% and we get out of the idea that they need to enforce it in the county because the county isn't contracting with the law board, just the city is contracting with the law board. Having said that, I at least would propose that any agreement we did, we wouldn't prohibit them if they thought that it would be advantageous and there was a situation in the county, go ahead and use them. We're not gonna say, you know, just let us know what that is and whether we need to talk about it.
I think in that particular case, if there are, let's say a dozen of them or something per year. And I don't think it's out of our purview to have a contract in place and know what, I mean, each one of those scenarios isn't gonna be the same. There's a hard cost for each one of those services provided. That, you know, we do probably much like Potawatomi County at that point in time, and whatever those services are and whatever the incident is, send us a bill and we pay for it. But I don't think it's gonna be at that 20% rate. I don't think it's gonna be at the $60,000.
No, I don't
that we're paying for the shelter.
Yeah.
Plus 60,000.
So. Anyway,
But I wanted to mention too, just, I bring it up all the time, you know, this 20% thing doesn't really trouble me at all because you don't seem to.
No,
A lot of
actually, Lynn,
emphasis.
you don't seem to
No,
understand that. There's
the
still
fact is-
20,000 people outside of the city of
I
Manhattan.
know, but if you look at how RCPD is funded, residents in the city pay both the county tax and the city tax.
And
I
they
did a
get
calculation.
both parts of that service.
I did a calculation of what that is. And basically, for every dollar RCPD gets, about 94 cents comes from the city. And only 6 cents comes from taxpayers that live outside the city limits. So that's what I don't get hung up about. I mean, basically, if you're looking at fairness, people in the city pay much more for police service than people in the rest of the county.
Do you want to add the facilities and the medical and everything else?
We pay for that too, because any tax you levy, I know, any tax you levy, it does go on there. And so if that 20% thing is a big stumbling block, well, we got other issues.
but the contract takes care of that.
Yeah.
One unfair one is that they. We can't see in the back.
So let me just offer a couple of observations. History here, obviously, of over 40 years with the city and seen many changes in the sheltering operations at that time. You know, reference was made to when the city took the shelter back from the county. That was when. But they didn't take it back from, did they take it back from Riley County? So it was a city county health department, remember? Yes. So, and then it went to a county health department. So the city got out of the health business. Wait, were you talking health department or shelter? Well, it was the health department. Oh, I'm saying shelter.
You didn't say shelter.
I'm sorry. The shelter was under the city county health department. And so, that was the reference that Katie had when that went back and the city county health department dissolved and became a county health department. That's what we took, because they had acquired the equipment, I want to say it was at least 10 years, a decade, where that happened. And the employees were employees of the city county health department. So they weren't county employees, they weren't city employees, they were city county health department employees. Chuck ran that operation and I think that's the history of the Riley County contribution that has grown over the years to about 60,000 it is today. It was for everything. It was for both services. Matter of fact, I think we still even have a remnant language in one of our ordinances referring to the county health officer that we need to correct because it's no longer valid. And certainly those two ordinances were crafted because the health officer was running both the operation in the city and both the operation in the county, and they wanted to be similar. And so, you know, as we're looking now to make some adjustments, we certainly want to do things that work for both of us. Well, I can understand we had a call yesterday or maybe the day before from an officer who had responded in the county and had an injured dog and wanted us to come out and help him. That's a very reasonable request because we have the vehicle and the material to help do it and can get it the medical care that it needs and We do that all the time in relationship with the vet school and so on and so forth. So it's only reasonable that we would do that. But the issue we have, and the county commissioners will recall that I've mentioned on several occasions that we really need an agreement, because in order to do that, we either need an arrangement with the RCPD to act on their behalf, or we need an agreement with the county to act as your representative, because my workers' comp and risk insurance doesn't cover them going out and getting that dog or any other arrangement in the county. But if I had a contract with you to go do that, then we could make sure that we had that arrangement. So regardless of where we go, we want to make this easiest for all of us and certainly get back to a funding mechanism that makes sense for you all for the services that you want in the county. That's in the unincorporated areas.
So how do other communities do this? I know, Fort Riley had an issue with animal control in Johnson City. I don't know if they have a contract with Johnson City or Gary County. How does this work in other areas? Is it under their PD officers? Is it under city? Is it under county?
I would say, just kind of looking at this myself, and I haven't really dove into it, it's more of the municipal issues, and we see the municipal forces kind of maybe taking that over, and you know what the argument is between the force itself and city, with the cities, is, you know, I don't know, but I don't see it so much in the county, so I don't see sheriff's
A
department.
lot of cities where it's the city police department.
Yeah.
It's not the police department, because Director Eats had it under him before. But
So
the
it's
difficulty
because
here is that it's solid.
Yeah,
and
that's
that's-
another state and another state, not our laws.
And when we check with the first class cities, most of the cities that had, obviously, the police departments that had that ACO function in there. Salina was a little bit different. It's under Parks and Rec. I just asked our new Parks and Rec director in Garden City, what do they do? I said, we have a city animal control division and we have a county animal control division. One's under the police department, one's under the sheriff. They're separate, you know, so it's not real.
There's no.
And I think it really kind of depends on the nature of the area. You know, is it urbanized, is it rural? I mean, those are gonna vary, and that demand is gonna vary originally, you know, historically. A lot of the counties adopted measures because people in the city would dump their animals in the county. And so that allows that county representative to bring it to the city dog pound at no cost. And that's where some of that history of county participation in that grew from. And that was one of the main reasons with the city county health department operation that control and observation and operation was synonymous with each other.
Where does a deer or a cow get on the road? Who picks them up and who takes them some?
KDOT will is kind of in charge of on state highways. But
It varies. I'm sure the call goes to.
But that is a good point. I mean, that is something I've complained about, and people have complained to me, is when you get that deer with a broken leg or two, nobody responds to that. They're just told, you don't do anything about that.
Pull them over into the ditch.
Well, until they cause a traffic accident or finally predators get them, they just kind of disappear, type of thing. The animal control doesn't take care of that, and RCD doesn't take care of that, so it's out there.
Then we road, it was somebody down.
Well, they have to clean it up, it's in the road.
So right now, I was on law board for a little bit, but I just don't remember any discussions about animal control. I don't remember having, on your agendas, we never see anything about animal control. It's only on the city, even though, PD might be involved in some of those issues, we just never see any, I don't see a report. And any reports that we get about citations. Or if it's going up or if it's going down. I've seen other criminal records, but I haven't seen any of the animal control records on them. So I don't know how much it's costing or time spent or how many citations or trends have gone up or down. There's no indication, although they're part of them.
Well, I would like to have, so I'm the chairman of the law board, we have our law board attorney here who has actually shared with the law board his view on this.
Well,
They don't make
it's
it.
a have, small drones. Sweet. police department, because we have an issue at the table as far as having the consolidated, having control put and the RCPD. I don't know if the RCPD does that. That's the issue.
Huge topic to cover.
Yeah.
Only took Brian Pete 6 pages to explain it, so. I'm not gonna get into, the individual, so. I'm not an attorney, nor did I play one on TV, so preface it with that. So I'm not gonna to discuss the legal authority thing there. I'll even delve into that on, we get calls for broken pipes in homes. And we respond and do what we can to provide advice and call people to help. That doesn't mean we become plumbers for the community. We get calls for transformers that belong. So we send the fire department and we respond to help. We get calls for animals that have been killed on the side of the road. We go make sure it's safe. If it's a deer, we may even put it down. And you're right, it's a complicated thing. What do you do with it? The police department, especially because dispatch is who you call, 911 or not 911, the communication center, you get calls for everything. It's understandable. We get calls from people because their TV won't turn on, literally, and don't know what to do. So the fact that we get the calls and we respond doesn't necessarily mean now we should be the answer to everybody's problem. Because I've heard that referred to, in fact, at the law board, one of the questions that Director Pete referred to it that I asked in a lot of things we do, what problem are we trying to solve? And that's a question I have had here, and I've had 2 different answers. The most recent one was your answer, sir, at the law board of, well, people need to know where to call. They already do. You call dispatch. That's who you call. That's who they call for the water pipes, et cetera. That's why I say just because they call there doesn't mean we're the ones that now have to become responsible for. We help provide guidance to where they go. And yes, officers will respond and try and help figure out how to turn that water off. So I say the same thing with the animals. You say, well, when animal control isn't working, police department handles it now. Yes, just like the water pipes. If there's a dog.
Is there an ordinance about the water pipe?
No,
Well,
I'm not sure what that, we don't only just, there's an ordinance.
Well, no, but
If
you
somebody
got
calls for
more
a water
obligation.
pipe, we don't tell them, sorry, there's an ordinance, we're not.
No. But there's a kind of obligation.
If we could finish. So we will respond for, and when we get a call in the middle of the night that someone's grass is too long, there's an ordinance for that. But we don't necessarily respond right then and deal with the grass that's too long. My point being, we prioritize, we triage the calls and we prioritize. And we currently do that now, as even the animal wardens or animal control officers expect us to do. So if we get calls now and an animal control officer isn't on, either there's just no one working or it's after hours, we may respond to that animal call. If it's dangerous, we're going to respond even if animal control is on to help. But if they're not, as we've actually been instructed by the animal control officers, wait and we'll have the person hold that dog if they can. If they can contain it, have them keep it until we can come in the morning. We currently do that now. As far as the issue on contracting with this, some of the things I think that have to be thought about there is if you're contracting with the RCPD, what's it look like? Currently, right now, we are contracted with our co-responders. Okay, they're Pawnee employees. So if you're using that as a model, the ACOs would still be city employees and they contract with us, they're housed with us as far as the co-responders, and they respond out, but and we pay them, but the Pawnee pays us back for that. That's the contract, but they're still Pawnee employees. We don't hire those co-responders. They're not our employees. So if you're using that model, as far as SROs, the schools don't contract with us. They're our employees and we pay for that and they're in the schools. So I think the whole contracting idea would have to be explored
But as everyone has pointed out, if they work for us, they will be employees. So that goes into the 80-20 split because they'll be employees. So I don't think contracting solves that problem alone. And if we take on animal control, as everyone has said, we're the Riley County Police Department. We will respond to all the cities within the county and the county for these calls. So the call service will go up. So to just take over 3 animal control officers and then tell the community, we're only going to respond to the city is, I think, disingenuous and something I don't think the community would accept. Now, when that occurs, they call and say, hey, we got a stray dog. Well, they work for the city, we'll dispatch them, but they don't respond out to the county, or they don't do this, or there's not one on. They don't have an expectation of us to make them do it because they're not our employees. If they're our employees, they would, the community, and rightfully so, the community would have an expectation for us to respond, whether it's Riley, Leonardville, out in the county, city of Manhattan. So if we were to take this on, we would need, the community would expect us to do it right, which is why we said we would need far more than just 3. And I think the city has shown you need more than 3. The 3 they have now isn't enough to provide the 24-hour service. We're a 24-hour service, so we have to respond regardless. Even if we didn't get one at night, we'd have to respond the next day. We can't tell someone in the county, sorry, we don't do animal control in the county, we only do it in the city. You have animal control officers, don't you? They work for you. You're the Riley County Police Department. We would be expected to respond, and we would. So we need more employees if we did that. So that would increase the staffing level. If we're going to do it, we need to do it right. Okay. You smile, but that is a fact. I think that that's something the community would expect. And we're not
today. You're doing it today. They call you today
for
animal control in the county.
like, right, and we don't respond to a stray animal out in the county right now.
This dog.
Because we have nowhere to take that stray animal.
It's up at the county, it's on Facebook. And somebody posted, we sent it to dispatch. And apparently our animal control guys went out in the county and took care of it after dispatch contact. You're doing that now?
He just shook his head, and I have no idea what you're talking about, so I don't know if that's accurate or not.
The most recent. The police officer took care of the private shelter, I think.
Okay, or not.
The police officer located the dog's home.
Okay.
Well, I think to go back to what problem are we trying to solve? From the initial discussions we had several weeks ago, it was the jurisdiction problem of the city employees trying to go out and take care of problems out in the county where they're not authorized because their city ordinance stuff doesn't carry out to the county. That was one of the problems.
Can I address that real quick?
Yes.
Just some on that, because I've talked about, I didn't bring it. Have a contract that we used to have, the city of Riley used to have with the city, and animal control would respond out there and deal with the animals. The animal control officer for the city actually worked out in Riley. So yes, they don't. They have the authority to, they can, if the city, correct me if I'm wrong, if the city wanted to give them permission to and set things up, they could, no different than we can. So if that's the problem, and don't take this as contentious, the city could do that now. That problem.
The problem is they're asking the county.
But they
to
need
do that,
more.
But you guys have been
But they-
unwilling to do that, which, okay, so that's the problem. We just have to decide if that's important or not.
If they wanted to, though, then they would have to, I would assume, increase their staffing too, which is my point. If we take it on, we would need to increase the staffing to meet the needs of the other cities.
And you would be, what you're saying is you're unwilling to do a half-assed job of only having 3 ACOs to solve the problems. Because the RCPD's plan is to provide excellent service, and you can't provide excellent service with 3 ACOs. Is basically one of the things you're saying.
Yes, sir.
So the stick with what we got with this before.
Yeah, we go. Yeah, exactly. Apparently, everybody's okay with that in the county for the most part. So the second part of the question was,
But I want to address that, okay with that, but we're not responding.
I know,
to that
yeah,
because I don't
they're
have
okay with the city providing half-assed service out in the county.
I'm not going to work.
Okay, that's fine. The second thing is city, the city people, city ACOs are not empowered to do the things that police officers would do, like being able to go onto somebody's property to help do something with a dangerous dog if the owner's not around or something like that. And that was one of the things that we were considering, was trying to have the ACOs have the power that from the state that the police department does to access a property without word that better for me, Ron.
Well, Katie can help me, but essentially, there are certain things that, ACOs aren't police officers. So with the police or having an arrest situation, and there's a dangerous dog or even just a dog, and they would like us to assist them in taking care of that dog for them. We can do that, but we have to have some kind of relationship that says, we've got an agreement that we're going to accompany you on these calls, and if this circumstance arises, you can release that animal to us and restore it. And we still have to work out things like, okay, so who's if it goes to our shelter, it's subject to certain rules. So as far as how many days it's in town before it can be adopted away, might be a prize animal, might be all kinds of things. So it's one of those things where, okay, who's going to pay the pound bill type of thing. And there's just, I'm not saying those things can't be worked out. It's just that if we're doing that, and we have done it in the past, we've tried to be a good partner, and we've done it. But it's risky for us to do that because we really don't have the authority. I'm not saying we can't. I agree with Kurt that we can't
argue a little bit
gain the
different, that you don't have the authority to a civilian working under our roof as an ACO has no more authority than a civilian working under your roof. Correct me if I'm wrong, Barry. They don't. We just can't waltz onto someone's property now and take their dog without a warrant. Neither would the ACOs. By working for us, they'd still be civilians. They wouldn't be police officers. And even if they were, they wouldn't. We had a search warrant recently. Great example where we served the search warrant, arrested the individual. In the process, the dog cut its feet on the glass. I believe one of the ACOs is here that was present for this. So anything I say here that's wrong, correct me. So we take that person into custody. We're not seizing the dog, but now we basically have a dog at large. The dog is going to leave and run off. So like we would in any other scenario, got a stray dog, a dog that has been abandoned by the owner. We secured, and it needed medical care. We called for the animal control. We were told by animal control that legal wouldn't allow them to take the dog to the shelter. I mean, we're trying to figure out how to get this dog just to, not the shelter, but to the hospital. So we've now collected what is essentially a stray dog. And correct, it's a stray. We didn't seize the dog. If we let it go, we could have. If we'd have let it go, it would have been off running out and around, and then it would have been a stray dog. Well, rather than let it run off and be stray, we held it. Go ahead.
You're talking about two different circumstances and two different things. City office, since we're not a law enforcement agency, city officers only have the authority to enforce city ordinances.
What are they enforcing? There wasn't an enforcement here. This is a stray dog.
So
Okay, sorry.
thank you. They only have an enforcement authority over city ordinances. So we do have an at-large ordinance. So if there's a dog that meets the elements of the ordinance, we can respond to that. A dangerous dog, aggressive dog at large, some dog bites, those things. So anything that's in our city code book, if the facts meet that situation, an ACO can assist with that. So I don't, whatever status they have at the PD is the same. The difference is the jurisdiction of the entity, and what Ron was saying, and your response, I think, were two different scenarios. He was saying if the PD is in a felony situation, the city of Manhattan has nothing to do with felonies. It's whatever it is, and you need it in there. So there's no city animal ordinance involved, and you need some assistance from an ACO because our city officers, their only authority is city ordinances. They can't assist without some type of relationship with the RCPD because that's outside the scope of the city as an organization's authority. So that's what all city officers are that way. Fire department, code officers, everyone. They don't have authority beyond what's in the city code book. That's it. So I think that it's important when you look at fact scenarios to think about the underlying reason
why the police are there. Ron wasn't saying, and we wouldn't suggest that you all can enter a property without a warrant either. That's not the scenario he was describing. He was saying where you're lawfully on, responding, you're in your lawful authority, no question. But if a city ordinance isn't at violation, the ACOs don't have a role, can't have a role in that.
And if they work for us, how would they? Because the same thing, if there's a violation,
Will they be
that's
part
why I don't
of
know what problem.
your entity? So
But what's
if-
that mean? I'm trying to go, how is that different? I don't know. They're still civilians. Don't have authority. I mean, even in this situation, there was a felony situation, but now we're done. The crime has occurred in the past. The individual is in custody, everything's done.
Well, we've
But
all
we have a
agreed,
dog that needs to be cared for.
we've all agreed law enforcement officers have the ability to enforce city ordinances. There's no question,
Sure.
including animal ordinances. So in that scenario, your law enforcement officer could take it to whatever the status of that employee was, they would be on the scene and your officer would be relinquishing him to that person. We don't have the ability to take that
So we
animal.
relinquish the dog to who?
Well, in your scenario, if that person's an RCPD employee, you're under that auspice. We don't have an ability to respond unless there's been a violation of a city ordinance, and it may or may not be. If the PD lets a dog loose, so it's at large, it still has to meet the elements of our ordinance to make sure that we can respond to that. And I don't think the PD does that. I can't imagine that you all are releasing dogs so that they're at large, so the ACOs can pick them up. I don't see that as part of how the RCPD would function. What you're doing is you're securing the animal because it's property and you have an obligation to keep that property safe until you have kept it safe elsewhere. So there has to be, that property has to transfer from your possession, your obligation to keep it safe, to some other entity to keep it safe. So all I'm saying is you have to remember the city only can enforce its ordinances. If that scenario involves a city ordinance, we could take it. Absolutely. Like if you guys if there's a dog at large, it meets our ordinance, one of your officers grabs it, holds it, we come get it, no question. I mean, I don't think there's any debate, that's a city authority. It's everything, and that's what has been occurring is that the city, and let me back up to what Ron said, the community, these services are important to the community. I want to make that clear. Everyone recognizes that there's unsafe situations with animals that need to be addressed in all kinds of different contexts. So I think that's an important point. The ACOs had been asked to do some things that didn't involve enforcement of city ordinance, so they weren't in the code book. And those are things that they're unable to do.
Currently, if we had an agreement.
Well, we'd still have limitations.
We would, but I mean, they'd be more of a support role that would be spelled out to what you can and can't do. They'd have training to do that, and it would make sense. Because that's what they're there for, is to make that job easier for the officer who's doesn't know whether there's an animal behind that door or not, or may not, until the situation arises.
Yeah, I don't want to, and I didn't mean to get into the weeds here, and this is a discussion, debate can go on. I'm also, I know that Captain Yeager is more versed, but has an opinion I think ought to come up later, insights on what authority that animal control does have that could do those, how you could get a warrant. And I believe that actually occurred here recently. So, I don't want to, maybe it's better that if you have questions for me, you ask those. I do agree, and I think that I probably want to end on my side with, if we're asked to do this, I agree. We will do it, but we need to be able to do it properly and to meet the expectations of the entire community we serve, which is Riley County, all of Riley County and the city of Manhattan, so that means Ogden and everybody else. And when we would spin it up, would need to make sure that we have a location that we know we can take those animals. Example I have given is if we have a SWAT team and we're putting it together, we don't do it in phases, as was suggested earlier, and just have 3 guys. We don't really have all the equipment and the people we need to respond. And we'll only respond to the city if we get calls until we get it. No, we get one, we get enough for the minimum number that we need for the anticipated calls or expectations that team, that service we're going to provide has. And then the day we start it, when we tell people, hey, we're open for service, we can start handling these calls. We can meet the demand. And one of those would be, where do we take the animals for sure? And right now, we don't know if it's a city, don't know if it's gonna be a contracted company. And the calls for service, I assure you, mark my words, will increase when Riley County Police Department has employees who are employed by them as animal control officers. They will increase because now the county and cities in the county who haven't called before because they know there's nothing they can do, will begin to call and say, hey, RCPD, you have animal control. I've got a stray here and our city has an ordinance. Come do something about it. Now, well, there's no place to take it. There's not much we can do. We can try and help you get it when we do that as best we can, but it becomes a lower priority because there's not much we can do about it unless it's dangerous. And then there's other options we can get involved in. So I just think it's important for you and the community to know that if we take this on, it has to be done right. We have to know on day one, Ken Leonard will call us and we go collect a dog and it go to the animal shelter. This private entity or whoever owns it, runs it, are they going to take animals from there? And then who's paying for it? If RCPD has to pay for every animal we collect, because the owner obviously isn't, it's a stray, that's a budget impact. All those things I think have to be worked out. And I think that's why the director has said, let's slow down and really look at this. I feel like there's a rush to hurry up and make this decision now. I think there needs to be a lot of things, as we talked about, looked at. And a decision that's best for the community, not best for RCPD, not best for the city, but best for the citizens, as far as we're concerned, that we serve. Stand by our mission statement to reduce crime and improve quality of life of the citizens we serve. And I agree, this would help improve the quality of the life of citizens we serve, but we need to be able to do it that way if we're gonna have to do it.
So in this scenario of a dog that is injured with bloody paws and stuff like that, we wouldn't take it because what was this, he said that they couldn't, what was the situation or why?
Oh, I thought it was.
We're talking about what happens,
Yeah,
what
and that's,
specifically happened.
yeah,
The dog was injured during the SWAT team, I mean, going into the property and cut itself on glass. The dog, the owner is incarcerated at that point, needed to go to K-State, which it did get there, though was delivered under the care of Riley County PD, since it's some of those injuries under that task of entering the house and seizing that person.
so the dog was taken care of by K-State.
Now, the dog was taken care of by RCPD, we paid $800.
Okay, because you took it because it was hurt during the raid.
What we wanted was a truck to put it in because it was bleeding. They couldn't take the animal. We were told legal would not allow them to pick up the animal, put it in their care, and take it to bed. And this is turning into, and I don't want it. We worked very well together and we resolved the problem. And that was the goal. The neighbor helped. We helped get it into that person's vehicle because they were able to put blankets down. We didn't have something we could put it in. They did. We got it up to the vet complex. They took care of the dog. We worked on finding someone who the owner would allow to take the dog and paid the vet bill and made arrangements for when it was released to get it released to that. Or I think it was a family member. I'll leave it at that. So we worked together on that. That was an example. I'm going, here's a dog at large. Here's a large. He prevented it from being at large, but it was running out of the house and our officers snatched it up. Wasn't injured because of us. It was injured because it was running around in the house on glass that was broken.
It seems to me that we have some jurisdictional issues with city and county that need to be worked out. And then the Riley County Police Department is a kind of a next step after that. Because we've got to find a way to work out these details. And that's what we haven't been doing. We're just talking at each other, but we aren't working out the details that from a planning, you're talking today, and you're talking about that your RCPD and the law board. We're talking about being the city and the county and what we need to do as a city and county governments. And I think that's one step, one example of discussions that need to take place. And then there's an RCPD part that's another law board that's another step or a different discussion.
I have a question, if the. What I don't understand is if the. County and cities in the county residents are not asking for this change. And asking for this to occur. And it's only the city of Manhattan that's asking for it to occur. I go back again, what problem is trying to be solved here? If the city doesn't have enough people to respond, this is an honest question. Does the city need to hire more people to change how they do it? I don't see how just giving animal control now, the same 3 positions of animal control right over here for CPD, what problem that is fixing other than who's responsible for it? I can say what problem it will, what situation it will create is a stronger need, because now more of the county and other cities will now say, all right, we want your service too. So there will be an increased cost to the community in general.
I'll answer your question. I'll ask you a question. In my mind, there's a lot of other things being talked about the factor, and I don't necessarily agree with your premise. But like you said, we can debate forever on it. But one of the things, when I look at what the animal control officers do and what their tasks are, actually, I had them telling me exactly what they did and how many hours they spent on different things. They do a lot in the shelter today. When we contract the shelters, the company doesn't do animal control. Okay, and so we're not going to subsidize their operations. So in essence, those tasks in the shelter go away. Those animal control officers, their tasks are either in the shelter or with the RCPD who dispatches this, works with them. They work together and jointly out there. So once the animal shelter is contracted and those officers are no longer going to be working in the shelter, it seems like the logical thing is, who else are they working with a great deal? Who is the enforcement of those ordinances, responding to the calls, being dispatched with RCPD, working hand in hand with RCPD, in essence, sometimes being directed by RCPD. Seems to make sense then, centralize it under that half of their functions that are still left once that shelter goes away. To me, it seems like a much more efficient setup. I think that's why the cities that have it put it under there, because it goes together, even if they, which I assume a lot of them have shelters that operate separately. I think there's other considerations overall that Katie and the staff have talked about, but that's the thing though, is in my mind, and that's why I asked for that breakdown to go through and see, what do they do?
I think.
And that would probably work, but this isn't just municipal or sheriff, this is consolidated, it changes the dynamics, but.
And that's why I said at the law board meeting, we can debate forever on this, and I think we need to get the legal people, the staff people to figure out, can we plausibly do it or not? Because like we said the other day, we would sit there and keep arguing forever over it. What Director Pete wanted was more time, as Kurt said, to work out the details and go through it. And that's where I said, I think we had a consensus in that group to say, yeah, we do need to spend more time and work through it, because Director Pete brought up a number of items. I said, I can probably respond to all of them, then we'll be here, we'll probably still be meeting on it. And we're not the right people to do it anyway. Let's get the experts together, and we have the thing that's been put out, this thing, which we don't want to give the community the impression that we're trying to do something that we can't lawfully do. And we need to respond to that. That's why I wanted Mike to talk to that, to give a response from the law perspective.
I wanted to say, this originally in my mind came up because we were talking about, there was this continuous switch of directors in animal control, and things were happening in the public that people were emailing us about. And that's when the whole conversation, at least for me, came up. What is the budget for our animal shelter and control employees comprehensively? Is it about 600,000, 500,000? What is it?
2023 is around 700,000
Yeah, 700,000.
for shelter and animal control. We estimate animal control is about 210 of that.
But that's with the facilities and everything, it's about 700.
Yes.
And that's actually what when Francis says the budget. That's kind of where all of it went, like how much do we need, what do we need to do? And then, when it's presented as what is the problem, when nobody else in the county is asking for it except the city, I think that's a very legitimate question. Because we were looking at it from, are we getting what we need from the budget allocations that's being dedicated to it? Because we're subsidizing a great deal of it, we don't get much from fees and such, I believe.
So Kurt, your answer to about the other circumstances. So we migrated from a dog pound in a zoo that got out of the zoo to get the zoo accredited. It's part of the quality of life bond issue in '87. That created the dog pound. Former Mayor T. Russell Wrights donated some funds to help with the bond issue that created at that time, a new dog shelter. It wasn't a cat shelter either. That was added later, but support for that. So it was a city function that grew into a city county health department function. Just Riley and Manhattan to a growing Potawatomi County who had animal problems and wanted to use our shelter. They didn't want to build a new shelter. They wanted to use our shelter. We have all the small cities then that would also don't want to build a new shelter. They want to use our shelter. And that's the arrangement that's grown. And the problem is when you get folks and you've been gracious over the years because you said, we're just going to give you this blanket amount. And if somebody dumps an animal out in the country, that farmer can bring it into the shelter. It doesn't pay a thing because they're covered. The little cities, that isn't the case. But they want us, we'll pay, but our employee has to deliver it because we're not going to just pay for everything. And that's the way it is with the county. Wamego had a shelter that would have operated for a period of time. It went private, it didn't work. And they're on a contractual basis, but their employees have to deliver it. Because we don't have that we don't have a regional animal control division. And then that's where it's not, I don't mean to belittle it, but I know you've got a regional juvenile detention facility. I mean, that everybody pays for and does. And I'm not asking for that. I just, if you want those, we need to try to define the services that you'd like us to provide. And the sheltering is a key part of it. It really is. If you can't pick up the dog and take it somewhere, you don't have a shelter, then that issue, you don't need the animal control officers either. I'd almost tell you a regional approach, in my opinion, would be better than doing what we're trying to do here. I'm not suggesting that is what we do, but just when you're balancing scales out there,
That makes it more.
everybody would, add into what they would still need at this point in time, and I don't know. From a budgetary standpoint, it's probably be more expensive than $700,000, obviously, but.
Well, we appreciate everybody's time, and I think the takeaway I had with our last law group meeting is that we were going to spend some more time to try and define what all the issues are and how we can best work together to make all of our jobs easier. Hopefully, that's the goal, not the other way around.
Well, we do have this resolution on the table, so we will have to discuss that. Do you have any other comments?
Well, they've heard enough from you.
Does the equipment like the truck that goes out to get the animal and that the ACOs use, is that shelter property? Is that go along with the ACO? It's a city vehicle then. I mean, there are things that I'd like to have a city and county, at least in the beginning, get together and work some of the things out. So you can actually communicate with the rest of us about what's important, because we can head off in any given direction anytime. I'm not sure we know enough about it to be so I would rather have you work with the county, and I don't know who with the county, that would be up to them. And talking about the jurisdictional, what the costs are, and then add the overlay of RCPD, if that's what you're gonna be, if that's your solution. But it seems to me this is a coordinated effort. It's not no one entity's gonna solve this, only if we all walk away from it. And I don't think that's.
I just want to ask, just the bottom line for me, I get it, you guys don't want it. That's number one. The second thing I want to know is, do you want to provide animal control services to the county? I think, John, you already said no.
I said I didn't think that there was a need. That's not the same thing. And for the record, we do have a resolution in place from 1988. And it does define some things. What I will say in the midst of that is yeah, 35 years is a long time and the dynamics of everything have changed. We were in the process of working on that and had a pretty agreeable scenario there that could potentially turn into contractual services as discussed earlier, but this came up on the table and we put it on hold because we don't know where it's going. That's been kind of a constant consistent kind of vision over the last, I'm going to say 12 or 13 years in this discussion total. We really don't know where to enter this discussion at because we don't know where everybody's at.
Because I agree with Kurt's comment that, probably demand go up. I mean, I see things constantly where people say, hey, call dispatch. And Riley County Police Department will take care of the animal problem. But yet the county's not really defined. We don't have a contract with us. And so, to me, that's got to be resolved, first.
And I don't see any reason why that can't be. And like I said, we do have an update to ours is a resolution, obviously, so. And I think we all have agreed that needed to be updated, and we've taken a different approach than I think the city is. We kind of base it more on behavior, but
Just one area, just today.
right.
We tried to mirror the city.
So we've taken steps, so it's not like we're just ignoring the situation. But when this came up as an RCPD issue, that brings up all this other stuff, and it's
Right, I mean, it's gonna be out.
I mean, stuff that's really,
No offense, but just.
and probably from a legal perspective, everybody.
Not that fragile. I know you're not either.
I have to admit, I'm not pouting, leaning, but I have.
Let the record reflect he is pouting. So,
Okay, well, I think we've talked this and that, we talked about this about. There is I don't know if we've come to any kind of consensus.
Agree to talk.
Agree to talk some more. It's all sections. We want to adjourn.
Sometimes they don't.
That's